Solve puzzles in the world's most adorable donut factory and freshly frosted by Quantum Astrophysicists Guild. Assemble conveyor belts to guide your donuts between haphazardly placed topping stations and deliver your line of delicious desserts. It's the bounciest dungeon crawl ever. Press your luck in Roundguard by Wonderbelly Games against hordes of dangerously cute monsters and challenging roguelike elements. Out on Apple Arcade, Steam, Switch, Xbox One, and PS4. Flip, cook, and serve your way to victory in Flipside Diner by Patrick Kemp. Arrange food on your griddle carefully to avoid burning, and serve food quickly for high-scoring combos. Unlock all 6 cuisines and random daily fusion cuisine. Explore the endless trail of bones and fend off nightmarish threats in Guilt the Deathless by Outer Brain Studio. Meaningful multiplayer interactions plus deep roguelike gameplay equal a deliciously dark cocktail of adventure and emergent storytelling. Play as Gregor, a new recruit of the Eternal Fellowship in The Ambassador, Fractured Timelines by Tiny Dino Games. Just as you're learning to use your powers to stop time, the capital city is destroyed. Find those responsible and return to Maris to glory. Play as Concord, youngest grape in the Grove and new village guardian, to unify a broken community in Garden Story by Picogram and Rose City Games. Traverse a vibrant island, combat invasive rot, inspire inhabitants. That's a lot for a grape barely off the vine. Solve puzzles in the world's most adorable donut factory.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to day 1 of 6 online. I am very excited to be here today. My name is Meg Kaylee, and I am joined by the wonderful Zolaire, who is my co-host for today. Zolaire, would you like to say hello?
Hello. Yes, I am Zolaire. I work at Turn 10, and my pronouns are he, they, and I'm really excited for some of these really cool indie games we're going to see today.
Yes. So today we're going to be talking with a bunch of awesome game developers who have created a number of indie games, and we got to preview them ahead of time. We kind of did a little research, and we have an awesome lineup today, so make sure you hang out to get to listen to all these game devs talk about their games, and also to submit questions for our Q&A sessions as well. And make sure you join our Discord if you want to tune in for some of those quizzes that you can participate in as well. Now for our intro here, we are joined by Tim and Sarah to talk a little bit about 6. Welcome, guys. Thanks for being here. And thanks for having us.
Yeah. Thanks for hosting. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, this is really cool. Obviously, the big elephant in the room is normally this is an in-person gathering, and obviously that can't happen this year. So I guess to kind of start, I'd love to hear a little bit about Seattle Indies Expo and how it got started and kind of what the event is for anybody tuning in who might be unfamiliar.
Yeah, this is actually the 10th year of Seattle Indies Expo. We were planning a pretty major celebration in person to celebrate that 10-year anniversary, but we're going to go with what we can work with and put on something exciting for people here online. It started back at the old 17-bit studios down in the Soto district of Seattle in a warehouse with about like 10 different games that people brought and put on there just as a way for the community to sort of celebrate the work they've been doing and for people to see it. And it's morphed into a huge event that happens during PAX West every year with thousands of attendees and 25 of the best games that we can find from the local area, judged by our community on a volunteer basis and selected by them to be displayed for people to come and check out.
That is super inspiring. I love hearing stories like that about events that start super, super small. And obviously it's exploded into this amazing event, and you have this great community with this Discord full of people. Like, it was so cool for me to hop in there and see how many people were engaged and excited to be a part of this. I would love to hear a little bit about what both you, Tim and Sarah, what you actually do for Seattle Indies Expo.
Sarah, you can go ahead if you want.
Sure. So in my day job, at least, I'm an artist as Fryfox, but I'm also a volunteer board member of the Seattle Indies community, and I'm one of the organizers for 6. So we start planning this quite a few months in advance, doing all of the submissions and handling the judging process, and then planning the event itself. The planning was definitely different this year. This is the first time we're doing something of this structure, but I think that even going forward, like, we're really excited about doing it, having a streaming format, and hopefully continuing something similar in years to come, even if we do move back to being in person. And yeah, I guess I also co-founded the Diversity Collective, which is a subsection of the Seattle Indies, and our part of the community focuses on diversity and inclusion in the community as a whole, as well as in events like Six.
I love that so much. I think that diversity and inclusivity are so important, and I love seeing that, especially in the gaming space, which it's no secret that sometimes it cannot be the most inclusive or friendly space. So I think it's really great that you're focusing on that. Tim, I'd love to hear from you as well.
Yeah, I mainly put together our game jams that we do on a quarterly basis here in Seattle, or we used to when we could do those types of things. We're doing more of those online now. In terms of Six, yeah, I help with Sarah with organizing the jurors, the participants, the exhibitors. And we've been really fortunate to team up with the Seattle Online Broadcasters Association to help with all the production and getting the fine hosts like yourself on this broadcast today. We were sort of at a loss, honestly, because we're not really very well versed in streaming. We're more do in-person events, so they really stepped up and came through in the final month here as we led up to this and put together something that I think everybody's really gonna enjoy. And yeah, it should be a fun day.
Yeah, I think one of the most, oh my God, that pillow's so cute. Yeah, I saw people in chat were asking about your pillows.
Yeah, I gotta
You gotta show them off. I think it's really cool to hear about how you were able to transition the event to something online for this year. Obviously, that's a huge challenge, especially for a smaller scale event. So I know you touched on the process a little bit, but I'd love to hear even more about what it was like transferring from doing something that's entirely in person to this entirely online format, and if there were any challenges along the way for you that you had to overcome.
There's definitely challenges. I mean, it's reinventing sort of what the event is and what it can do entirely, because it's a different format. I mean, it's usually a one-day event, similar to like a show floor at PAX or like an expo. And we've split it up into 4 Saturdays this year. So we'll be running this every Saturday of September, and there's 6 games each day. So they're kind of split up and spread out across the whole month. It's like a month-long celebration of what Six usually is. But it is a different format, so that comes with its challenges in just getting it together and kind of redesigning what we can do and what the structure of the event is.
Yeah, I think it's really great that you've been able to also dip into a lot of communities outside of Seattle. Like, I'm from Dallas, and it's like super cool to get to be a part of this, and especially to learn more about the close-knit community that is around this from, people in Seattle.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we can reach more people this way with through online. One of the main things about Six is people actually getting to come and play the games and talk to our developers in person. So we're kind of losing that a little bit, but hopefully we can translate that into an online event where people can see live gameplay and interact with us on Discord and in the Twitch chat, and have a little bit of a taste of what the actual in-person event is like.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that we can't actually get our hands on the demos ourselves, but I love that this is such an interactive format. When I was kind of looking over everything we have prepared, I think it's great that people in chat will be able to ask questions and really get to interact with these developers and learn more about their games and kind of the process that goes into making them.
Yeah, totally. That's the whole point of Six, really.
And I noticed, Tim, that we are matching on our wonderful T-shirts, our wonderful Six themed T-shirts.
Awesome.
Yes. Oh, and Sarah,
wow,
you're in our Six online T-shirts.
Yeah, you can if you want one for yourself, you can go on our store on seattleiNdies.org and order one today.
There you go, guys. Go head over there, get yourself a T-shirt so you can be part of the cool club that I'm not in.
You definitely should get one.
Yeah.
We'll send you one, Meg.
Oh, yay! So I'd love to hear about some of your favorite moments, over the years working on Seattle Indies Expo. Obviously, it must be really cool for you to have seen it grow over time, but I'd love to hear about any particular highlights or special memories that come to mind around the event.
For me, it's all about seeing the process, like the game goes from our smaller events where we do like a smaller version of Six at the Pacific Science Center, which is a science museum here in Seattle, and we do like a quarterly show and tell, and people bring their games like as a work in progress, and maybe like one feature works, and they're just looking for feedback, and then they, keep working on it, and then submit it to Six, and then eventually the game makes it into Six, and the a larger crowd gets to come play it and interact with the game and interact with the developer, and you see them maybe meet a publisher or meet press that gets interested in the game, and then the next year the game maybe graduates and goes up to the Indie Mega booth, or it's in the PAX 10. Just seeing that progression is what we try to create here at Seattle Indies, as a pathway for people to take their game from just an idea into a full-fledged product and see their careers really flourish. That's really what we put on this event for, honestly.
Oh, that's so beautiful. I love that so much. I think one of the coolest things for me about seeing indie games at conventions, one that comes to mind is Calico, who I believe is one of the guests on the lineup for one of the Saturdays. And I was talking to her about the game, and she was like, yeah, it's a team of two of us that made this game. And I was just so mind blown that like these two people could create something so awesome just amongst the two of themselves. And it must be really cool to see that grow. So thank you for everything you do for indie devs everywhere. And I could pick your brains all day, honestly, but it's time for us to get our first guest on for today. We have some devs coming in to show us Freshly Frosted, which it's a game about donuts. So yeah, I'm very excited about that. So they're going to be hopping on. Yeah, right. Thank you, Tim and Sarah, for coming on to chat with us for a little bit for our intro here.
Yeah, thank you.
See you later.
Have a great day.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Sarah and Tim, and thank you. Also thank you to the Seattle Online Broadcasting Association for making all this work. You guys are great.
Yes.
Thank you so much for all the awesome setup and behind the scenes work you've been doing for this stream. Thank you.
They've been killing it. It's so much goes into a production. I think there's a lot of little things that you don't even consider until they come up. And their team has been absolutely killing it, especially because, they're balancing it with their full-time jobs and stuff. And this is amazing and looks super great. So while we wait for our next guest to come in here, Zolaire, how you doing? How are you feeling about being here? Oh, they're here.
Doing good. Yay.
Good. I'm glad.
Hello, guys. How's it going?
Good. How are you? Thanks for hosting.
Welcome in. Thank you so much for coming in. Would you? Oh, you can go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think it's good that we're starting off our Saturday morning, at least here in Seattle time. It's 11:41 a.m., so it's still like kind of brunch hours. So I think it's good that we're starting off with a game about donuts, which is a good food for brunch or for lazy weekends.
Yes, though honestly, it's. Yeah, right. It's donuts are good for any time of day, though, if we're being real.
Yeah. So I'm the designer of Freshly Frosted.
It looks like Tyler's clipping in and out a little bit.
I'm the artist for it.
And
I think we're having a little bit of tech issues here, but that's okay. We'll get it sorted. It's all good. It happens. Live production, people. Welcome to it.
Also, this will be going on
test
for
1 2. Test 1 2. Can you hear me now?
Yes,
yeah,
we can.
I can hear you now.
How about now?
Yeah,
let's go.
Great.
Yeah, so I'm Ty Taylor. This is Allie Overton, and this was made by Amanda End as well, the programmer. And I want to show you off Freshly Frosted a little bit. Sure that your audience can see it because I'm seeing a Flipside Diner video.
Yeah, hopefully we get that sorted.
That'd be great.
Well, this is going on for every weekend in September, so day one difficulties are to be expected.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Well, while we're waiting for that video to pop up there, do you want to talk to us a little bit about your game? Tell us what it is.
Yeah, for sure. Freshly Frosted is it's a puzzle game that takes place in the world's most adorable donut factory. The idea is that you only place conveyor belts, and
oh, I think we're getting a little bit of lag from you again. Cutting in and out.
Sprinkle.
It's okay. It's all good. We got the power of donuts to fuel us.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still clipping in and out a little bit. The anticipation is killing me. I'm so excited to hear about this game.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. It just lags occasionally, but now you look crystal clear and I can hear you well, so. Oh, and there's the game. Look at those donuts.
Let's go. So Freshly Frosted is, like I said, a puzzle building. Here's the first level. Basically, you have the controls to move left, right, up, down, and build a little conveyor path. Simple enough. Donuts come out of the oven, and you deliver them to your exit.
That is so satisfying to watch.
The game gets a
I'm
little
like
bit more
mesmerized watching the donuts go across.
Actually, section is like the core and everything feels really good. That the gameplay always is sad. It feels like thinkers, but it really frustrates.
Now, do we have to apply frosting before there's sprinkles?
Obviously, the aesthetics to be very satisfying as well.
Yeah,
yes,
it is
if you don't, the
extremely
sprinkles don't
aesthetically
stick.
pleasing.
And that's one of the big parts of the puzzle design.
Yeah, I would love to hear a little bit
It's
more about
the order
kind of the
matters.
graphic
Sorting before
design.
sprinkles.
So this game was started on a game jam, so things that we decided to do, because it was Train Jam, where you make games on a train. And we wanted to do an aesthetic that works with that really well. Like, I had previously done drawing for a game on a train, and that was a lot more difficult, so I did 3D modeling for this. And keeping the shape simple allows you to roll with bumps on the train a lot more easily. I just really felt passionate about making a game. That's why I came up with the concept of making it a donut game, was so that I could do something extremely adorable in pastel.
Yes, I love the color scheme. I love how pastel and just like pretty it is. It looks awesome.
Thank you.
It makes me very hungry.
Just gonna jump around. Freshly Frosted is a game that's going to at launch next year have dozens. Each one of the different donut box worlds has its own unique color palette. It's not all the same. It's actually 12 different entire themes, not just color palettes, but also autumn, midnight, some of the other themes.
There's spring, cherry blossom themed, based on times of day or times of year. So it's like dawn, summer rain, that sort of thing.
Yeah, you killed it with this. I'm definitely getting the warm autumn vibes right now, and I love it. I just want to like cuddle up in front of a fireplace with a donut.
Yeah, gosh, I would love donuts. Every time I play this game or talk about this game, I want donuts so much.
Yeah, for real.
But, yeah, very recently I started modeling more donuts for this game so that each world could have its own unique one, and this world's gonna have a little pumpkin cheap donut.
Oh, cute.
It's part of why the frosting is already.
There's a lot of different mechanics that go into this game as well. At the surface, when you pitch it as just like a pathing game, you're like, oh, how much content can you possibly get out of that? But when you combine the ordered mechanics and different types of, for example, the first world we saw all one starting point and one exit, multiple exits, and you don't know what exit is which type of. One, it shows in the top, you can see that. One frosted donut, one frosted with sprinkles, and one frosted sprinkles and with cream. So you have to figure out how to make all three of these types of donuts and how to deliver them all.
Yeah, I think the conveyor belt concept is super cool. I could see how you can go in a lot of different directions with this. Can you talk a little bit about, the length of the game, how many levels there are for us to complete?
Absolutely. There are a dozen levels. That's 144.
I love that. That's so clever.
But not a baker's
because
dozen. Not a baker's dozen.
want to give any spoilers. Actually, one of the things we're thinking about doing as like a way to kind of play is to do a maker's done. You know, it depends on how fast you can puzzles.
Yeah, some people can solve them really fast, and this one, for example, is actually it's a tutorial level for the new mechanic thing at this point, which is merging. So you can see earlier, any of the levels before merging necessary, though technically you could have done, but here merging becomes necessary. So this level is to teach you the concept of merging.
They're so polite. I wish people merged like this on the road.
This was not graphic.
Yeah, actually, originally we had a mechanic where the oldest donut merged. One side would just keep going where the old would merge first,
right?
Every time. So it's much nicer if you do a zipper merge.
Yeah, it's really satisfying
That's
to watch.
a game
I feel
design
like
paradigm
satisfying
where you
is
should
just-
do the thing that's most intuitive to the player. Like
Yeah.
when you design a puzzle game or any game for that matter, do what players expect. Don't get them on top of it. And so you expect them to do a zipper merge, and so they do.
I really want to see a
I may have cut
crossover
you
with
off,
this
Meg.
game and
No, it's all good.
Overcooked.
A little bit of delay.
Yeah, some people do think it's overcooked. Overcooked's emotional aesthetic is basically the opposite. This one's satisfaction, absolutely
Yeah.
as little frustration as possible.
For sure. Maybe similar strategies, like you have that you have to deliver 2 frosted donuts,
Yeah.
and that way it's similar to Overcooked, and it's grid based in a way to Overcooked. But that's
Yeah.
about where the similarity, that plus food is about where the similarity stops.
Yeah.
They're food.
We wanted
And
Freshly Frosted to be a very chill puzzle game. One that the puzzles do get more complex, like some head scratchers that take you some time, but nothing is going to throw your controller down or quit the game entirely in frustration.
Hopefully.
yeah, and Overcooked is a game that it causes, like, I don't know, you kind of end up turning your friends into enemies with that game. So it seems like this one, it wouldn't happen. I mean, it's a single player game, right? But I feel like it could also be fun to sit down with a friend and kind of try to solve it together. Because I always love doing that with puzzle games. So I think that's a really cool way that you could experience this.
When we showed this game at conventions, there's definitely been people who come together. It's really fun when you, like, this is a fairly kid-friendly game, but it can be a little hard for younger audiences. So we'll often see like a kid be like, "This cute game, I want to play," and then their dad will stand behind them like, "Hey, go, just go, don't not at all."
Oh, that's adorable.
We see that a lot with puzzle games. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
There's a lot
So
of
on the
backseat
note
drivers.
of conventions, you know, obviously this year has been a challenging year to kind of navigate without being able to promote your game at conventions. So I'd love to hear a little bit about how you've kind of worked around that. Obviously we have things like this, what we're doing right now, but I'd love to hear a little bit more about what this year has been like for you as game developers.
We've been in a couple online shows, the Steam one and
The Steam Summerfest and the Xbox demos for the summer as well. Both of them had a lot of interest. We were on the front page a couple of different days of Steam streaming the game, and Xbox we had a lot of great interest. Like
some really great feedback too, like reviews. It was really positive to see people like it so much.
yeah, it was one of the most reviewed games in the Xbox Summer Festival. So that was in February, right at the beginning of the coronavirus stuff started. We did that one, luckily. So, and that was great. People love seeing it there, and we're obviously looking forward to doing that again if we're able to. The game isn't coming out until mid 2021. one at the wrist. So hopefully,
Yeah.
And I saw that at another event, you all actually received a Best Indie Game nomination, and that's huge, especially considering your game's not even out yet. How does that feel for you, getting that kind of recognition before your game's even out?
feels great.
Yeah, it's really nice.
We always love it when people like our games. This isn't the first game from our studio. We've made puzzle games that are pretty well known. So I don't know. I love making puzzle games. Allie likes drawing adorable things.
That's very true.
Aww.
This
So
seems
match
like
made
a
in
really
heaven.
good fit for like a mobile. This seems like a really good fit for like a mobile platform. Are you guys planning on putting this on mobile or?
We're considering it, but no plans to do that first or anything. Maybe later.
We have not announced, I guess outside of Xbox One, announced any platforms yet.
Yeah.
Ooh, it's a secret.
It is a secret.
This was one of my favorite levels just because watching it do this is very satisfying.
Yeah, I'm like super immersed right now. I'm just like mesmerized watching. Oh, look at the
It's a
donuts
very
go.
mesmerizing game. I just like watching them swap.
This is a very fun example of how the merging works. They're all very polite, patient donuts.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, for real. They have better manners than a lot of people that I've seen on the road. They respect the right-of-way rules. It's great.
I'm going to skip around at random to the levels that I think are the most satisfying to watch.
Oh, perfect. This is like,
remember
I feel like
it
this is some form of ASMR.
I like how you can tell like what like the level is, even though all the donuts like look the same in the box. But since like you know your own game that well, you're like, ah, yes, that donut is special. That's the special one right there.
I have played mountains of this game.
Oh, this is my favorite.
Yeah.
We put this one on a lot of promotional because I like it so much.
Here it
Oh,
goes.
I can see
Maybe
what's
it's the
going
wrong
on
way.
here.
I A way to solve this is where you excuses on it, you can tuck in there, so it makes a really satisfying symmetrical design.
So Professor Sill from
I should look-
chat from via chat is asking: are there any sound effects for the different toppings being applied?
Well, one of the things you can see, each topping is being applied every frame. So if we add for that, it would just be kind of a cacophony of sound, and it wouldn't really make any sense. Like you'd have the frosting, the sprinkles, the whipped cream, and the cherries going all at once, just making sound effects like all. So that's why we just try to keep them on the beat with the music to keep it satisfying.
Yeah, it's like they're all together to the music.
Mm-hmm.
Aww. And if anybody else has any questions that they would like to ask, feel free to drop them in Twitch chat and we can answer them for you here.
Ooh, this one's interesting.
I'm just going to a lot of different interesting looking levels. From World 2, where you have multiple exits, but World 2 labels the exits, so you know that this bottom right one needs a frosted donut, same as this top right one.
I
and
see.
this top left one needs a frosted donut with sprinkles and whipped.
So if you have ovens that don't create donuts that don't receive donuts, they feel sad and lonely, so you can't have that in solving the puzzles. You have to make sure every oven and every exit is used.
We have another
So
question
even though
from chat.
oh yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. We had a little bit of delay there.
No, go ahead.
Tyler is the worst wants to know if you can show us one of the late game levels because they're interested to see how bonkers this gets.
Oh gosh, you're gonna. So Tyler, you are the worst because you're gonna put me on the spot and make me remember something cool. I don't. I will admit I don't always remember the solutions. I'll just show I'll show one of these on this build, but this is one of the later ones.
Ooh,
We have these
here we go.
here called pusher. And it, like if you know programming, kind of like a conditional. This pusher has a frosted hat on, so frosted. So anytime if we were to draw a path like this, frosted and only fast. This one, similarly frosted with sprinkles, can go to the frosted receptacle and whipped cream, and then cherries, and so on. So if we were to build it away from the oven, the starting, going all the way around, it's going to get pushed off because they all come out plain.
This is complex.
Passing by the front, I can go to them go top, half of them go bottom. They get complex because this involves pushers, splitting, every topping type, multiple. It's fun.
Here we go. I'm so
Watching
excited to see this.
and seeing what happens. Hope I didn't make a mistake. That'd be embarrassing.
Be very realistic.
That'd be. I mean, it's easy enough to fix it. We have jam points. It's easy to. You don't have to minute edits to what you just did and run it again. That's all fine.
Yeah, actually, I'm curious to know like what like happens if you are just experimenting and you like don't actually get it quite right the first time. Like, what's like the fail state for like what's like the fail state for a level like how does that happen?
So if you were to play a level and get into effectively a fail state, did I make a mistake?
Yeah, we're not getting any sprinkles.
Oh, I see a sprinkle donut. Oh no, but it's. I guess answers the question. I'm going to stop it. So the issue here was not that I jammed it or anything. It's that I didn't get any sprinkles. Explain why that's happening. This path here from the sprinkler is always going straight into the whipped cream. That means every single sprinkle donut that gets created also gets whipped cream. So we're doing any that are just sprinkled without whipped cream. Okay, so to solve that, this path left, I can go and that should work.
And then you can fast forward.
By the way, there's a fast forward button for the impatient. I'm going to press that.
Oh, but then we miss
donut.
all the satisfying music matching with the donuts.
My ADHD
I like to
demands
slow down
that
on
you play it on
near the
fast.
end.
There we go. Okay, so now it looks like everything's going to get delivered appropriately, I hope.
Oh, there's a little sprinkle guy.
Fingers crossed.
Come on, give me a...
Gotta be patient.
Just gotta be patient.
They're going.
There he is.
So there's the whipped cream that's going to follow that
Yay!
path to get delivered.
Beautiful.
There we go. So you can always you can stop the factory from make edits. It's no fail. This is a game that, again, it's very casual. Even the complex puzzle like make you flip the table. It's you can stop, you can figure out what's going on, you can make minute adjustments. You don't have to start or anything like that.
Tyler is the worst suggests that the like fast forward mode could be called hangry mode, which I approve.
I love that.
That's great.
And we have a question from Linko216 that I think is a pretty interesting question. They asked if there's more than one way to solve the puzzles.
A lot of the earlier ones, though, especially the ones that are more tutorialized, showing you how this mechanic works, those typically have exactly what to make sure you do it, and you do it right, and you learn. But a lot of the ones do have more freedom of exploration. A lot of people compare this to Factorio in a way, and that's kind of like a yes and no. Putting conveyor belts and having the different objects on those conveyor belts and mechanics like splitters and pushers that you can do kind of almost so exploration. But honestly, they're trying to solve it. however you solve it, you're solving it correctly because you solved it.
I'm loving the winter vibe that we have now with the blue.
Yeah, I just made a snowflake donut for this world yesterday.
Oh.
So I'm looking forward to implementing it so that we can have little snowflake donuts.
If you go to our Twitter at freshly_frosted, I think it's on the screen there. You can see the recent mock-ups of all the donut types.
Yeah, they're just floating vaguely in space, but very soon we will have them in the game.
I remember before the pandemic started, going to Top Pot Donuts on Saturday mornings and getting donuts from there. And this game is making me miss going to Top Pot for my donuts. Although I think they're still open, but yeah, it's a good Seattle business for donuts that everyone should support if you live in Seattle.
Yeah, I haven't had donuts since March.
Aw, that's tragic.
Which is sad. This is my no eating of donuts.
We just fantasy eating donuts.
It'd be so nice to eat some donuts.
Yeah. I bet we can get
Do you
donuts
ever
delivered.
buy donuts
that's
for
like
research purposes?
Yes.
Definitely.
It's a business expense.
Oh yeah,
Tax
you write that
deducted,
off on
great.
your taxes.
Yeah.
Okay, so are we gonna get some? So my favorite kind of donut is like anything that has like Bismarck cream inside it, like the stuff like cream, like donuts. Just that's the best for me. Are we gonna get like any kind of content expansion where we're gonna have like stuffed donuts with creams inside and stuff?
Oh,
Maybe.
Models is a cream fill. You don't get to fill it with anything.
One of the troubles with the cream filled donut, and we actually get that suggestion a lot, is that it's hard to visualize. Like you can only see the outside of the donut, so it's hard to actually know what it's with.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Putting myself on the spot with this one.
Yeah, this one's a bit of a weird one because it has more topping stations than you need, so you need to make a path that goes by the topping stations to get the correct ones. And it's
I like this one too. I was being silly with this level because this is the red herring game where you just have to figure out how to make one of each type of donut.
Donut Tetris.
yeah, I can
going
see
past
how
a bunch of-
chaotic this could get.
yeah, it's really cool.
A lot of the later levels have a tendency to do that. And I'm not going to play anything too hard because I just want to show a lot of breadth of content.
I like this question from Ninja Falcon. He says, "Will there be a bagel expansion?"
Probably not.
Electric
'cause I haven't-
Bagaloo.
I don't want to make a savory version.
It's got to
It's
be
all about the
sweet.
food.
It's gotta be sweet.
Yeah.
You can have sweet bagels with like the cinnamon and sugar, like cream cheese filling. That's the good stuff. Sweet donuts
That's true.
or
That's
sweet
good.
bagels.
Maybe that's
Yeah.
the sequel.
Oh yeah, or cinnamon raisin.
Bagels would
You
be
make
the
it sweet.
lazy sequel.
I don't know. I was asking Allie for probably over a year now to make a maple bar.
I just did it. I did it. Asking.
Yay!
Because that's my favorite is the maple bar.
Mhm.
But it's not. It doesn't fill up the entire conveyor. But okay, they're going to demand.
The symmetry. Well, you think players are going to demand the most monotonous rectangular donut?
I think.
They're like,
I think if we ship this game with.
I mean, maple bar is one of my favorite donuts too, but I just don't think it looks very interesting.
Put a piece of bacon on top of it.
There you go.
I don't know how I would model bacon in this style.
That'd be interesting. Be all voodoo donuts with your bacon.
I did make a joke that we could make a donut cheeseburger level.
Chat is-
those
Good thing.
I
We could and have
Chat is being super funny right now. Professor Seal said, "Can there be a first-person mode where you ride the conveyor belt like you are a donut?"
VR donut.
I want it. I want to do it. This is
I would play
incredible feature creep. I know, but it's feature creep. But I want to play with the camera a little bit because every time I like run the factory, I'm eating like one donut. I'm not necessarily taking it all in. I'm kind of following one donut.
I'm not taking it all in kind of person though. I like jumping around from donuts and being like, oh, that was just a plain donut. It never got a cherry. Move on. And then I go like find one that's definitely gonna cherry and follow that one.
We can give them the option. Maybe like we can hold a button and it then like follows a donut with the camera. I think that'd be amazing.
Another feature creep thing that we've talked about is if you have a path to nowhere, donuts will just fall off the end of the conveyor and just like build up as physics objects and like flood the level.
Like right now, you can run the factory at any time. I could run it like this, and right now it just says jammed, which is, the factory is jammed. You can't. It stops the simulation. But
All right.
what if the donuts were falling off? That'd be amazing.
So unfortunately, we are out of time today for donuts, but where can people go to find out about this game, and where can we get this game or find out more about it?
So Freshly Frosted isn't out yet, but it's coming out mid next year. You should definitely follow us on Twitter at It's right there, Freshly _frosted.
Really good.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much. Now, thank you everybody watching and tuning in. We're going to talk to a trailer really quickly, and we're going to check out Roundguard next. So stay tuned. We'll be right back. welcome back to Six Online. I am super excited to be back again. And now we're going to be checking out Roundguard, and we have another wonderful guest with us. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, yeah, I'm Andrea Roberts. I'm the designer from Wonder Belly, and this is Roundguard.
Yeah, I am really excited to be checking out this game because Zolaire and I both got to check it out off stream, and we both were talking earlier about how we are just absolutely hooked on this game. It is super, super cute. There's so much to unpack here, but one of the first things I noticed as soon as I loaded up this game was just the adorable art style. Can you speak a little bit to the art style and the animation for this game?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so I'm the game designer, but I also did the art and animation for the game. So thank you for liking it. So yeah, the game, we really, we wanted this dungeon crawler with a lot of strategy, but we wanted to keep it very lighthearted and fun. And there's a sort of inherent absurdity to the whole idea that everything in the game is round, which kind of makes everybody cute and big-headed and sort of silly, bouncy things. So, yeah, I did a lot of goofy sketches of like my favorite D&D monsters and heroes with big, silly, round heads, and had a lot of fun animating everything to look as like bouncy and squishy as possible, and that's how we got here.
Yeah, I
Meg,
feel like
what's your
everything is so cute, and the spiders.
Meg, I had a question for you since you got to check out this game around the same time as me. Who's your favorite character of the starting 3 characters here?
Oh,
Like,
I can't remember her name, but I like the Rogue a lot. I really like the Rogue.
So the Rogue, they're named Shade. We have 3
Shade.
hero classes. There's the Warrior, the Rogue, and the Wizard. And they each have very different play styles. Just like a quick premise, right? You're shooting your hero into the dungeon to bounce around, kill monsters, collect loot, make it through a big procedural dungeon. But along the way, as you're playing your hero, each hero has skills that they can use. So right now, Bob over here is playing Fizz the Wizard, and she has the lightning skill equipped at the moment, which lets her zap lightning bolts out to these lightning bugs going up and down on the sides. But as he explores the dungeon, there's, right now he's picking up some loot. There's some armor chests, some weapons chests down there. There can also be skill books. You can get new skills, and those totally change how you play. And like I said, each class has their own set of skills, their own weapons, their own armor, so they all feel differently. And yeah, the Rogue, I think the Rogue has always been our favorite.
Yeah,
I love them all. They're all special in their own way.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's so funny because I don't consider myself a fan of like roguelikes or like this type of like procedurally like generated like permadeath like sort of style of gameplay. But then when I was checking this out, I was like, wait a minute, this is like pachinko, but with strategy to it. Like, just like the physics element of this like makes it like really fun and like relaxing. Like I never thought I would be relaxed by this kind of like a theme, but just like the art style and like the physics, like the bouncing around, like the pachinko style randomness to it. Like you can't, like sometimes you just have a really bad run, and that's just the style of the gravity and the pachinko elements, which I don't know if that's an okay comparison like to make. That's like what I personally thought of, and I personally love that. So
yeah, absolutely. I think that's perfect. Anybody who's familiar with pachinko or peggle, you can see like we drew a ton of inspiration there. And I love how you describe like we tried to make a roguelike that is a very true roguelike, but for people who don't necessarily like roguelikes or are familiar with them. Because when we first started brainstorming this game, I hadn't been a big roguelike player, and I'd recently gotten into it. And one of the reasons I really got into roguelikes was I'd had a kid, and all of a sudden I didn't have time to play like these big epic RPGs and big strategy games that I used to love playing. And I loved roguelikes because they had this very like contained sort of feel to them that, you know, I could come in, I could play. It was a run was probably going to last like an hour or two, and I'd die. And then, you know, I come back 2 weeks later when I get some more time, and I'm not like in the middle of a big story or like have a huge inventory management issue to remember where I'm at. I kind of like start fresh again with, you know, hopefully some new skills and ideas and things that I've learned in the past. So I really come to like love that about the genre. But I saw, I'm not somebody who's usually into like super punishing feeling kinds of games, and to me, like, I saw this very arcade kind of base. It reminded me of playing those classic old games, like, I mean, even like Mario or whatever, you know, where you'd play, you'd practice, you'd die, you'd start over. It was like, you know, I don't know, like Tetris is one of the games that I played obsessively when I was a kid, and I had my Game Boy, and like I love that feeling of being able to sit down and just kind of get into the flow of it. And so that's kind of, I don't know, the sort of ideas that got mashed up when we were first coming up with this game.
Yeah,
so it's great hearing that somebody who doesn't like a roguelike can you know, find that in it.
Yeah, I don't play a lot of dungeon crawlers, but I love The Binding of Isaac. And I think one of the things I love about that game is that it's very approachable to people who aren't familiar with the genre. And I feel like this one is it's very much approachable, but in like even more so because, you know, it's so easy to pick up and so fun. And I love that it's this really cool combination of strategy and luck. There's definitely an element of luck here. And I know I got really excited as my character was falling, kind of like seeing what loot I would land on and what I was going to, you know, want to do next. And I think that this game is designed in such a way that makes you want to keep playing over and over. And I think it's cool that at the end you get like a trinket that you can bring with you to your next run. So can you talk a little bit about that and kind of the replayability element that we have here?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so like a roguelike, and like I said, you know, we wanted to stick pretty close to like a traditional roguelike. So there is permadeath, and you know, you try to make it as far as you can through the dungeon. When you die, you'll lose your equipment that you've collected, but you always get a chance at the end. You know, like I said, we always wanted to keep everything feeling a little friendly, welcoming. You know, want to, you know, be encouraging. And so one of those aspects to it was there's this character. He's the host of the show. Roundguard all kind of takes place as a sort of stage play, and so he shows up. He shows up for intermission every, you know, halfway through every world as you're playing, to kind of check in on you, see how much gold you're getting, give you a reward, and when you die, when you know the play didn't go as you hoped. Then he shows up at the end to give you one last spin on that Wheel of Wonders. And that trinket that you get, you can take with you into your next run and hopefully give you a little bit of an edge up next time. There are things that you can unlock as permanent changes, which are called relics. And those, if you beat the game or if you play with our... we've got some additional modes like the daily puzzle mode and the weekly challenge mode. If you play those, or you get really high scores, you can unlock these special relics that then, like, it's kind of the more like meta game. Once you've gotten into the general feel of the game, and now you want to spice things up, you can take these relics that you've unlocked and change the rules of the game. And you can actually stack a whole bunch of relics up. So they do things like all status effects, all like poison and whatever, all of those are doubled, which could be good for you if you're a character like the rogue who likes to run with a lot of poison stuff, or it could be bad for you if you go into the spider biomes and, you know, there's a bunch of poisonous spiders. There's other crazy relics like that. There's one that will turn off gravity, and there's a whole bunch of funny stuff that we do.
Yeah, so you talked a little bit about the fun host character that we get to meet who lets us spin the wheel. And one of the things that really was endearing to me about this game was just the fun, quirky dialogue and the characters. So I'd love to hear a little bit about kind of the character development aspect of things that went into this and what the experience of writing all this fun, quirky dialogue was like.
Yeah. So we love funny games. I actually worked on the writing team for Fable 3, and that was one of my.
That's awesome.
Thank you. That was one of my highlights in my my past career. It's just, I don't know. I just love games that don't take themselves that seriously, and it brings a smile to my face as a developer as I'm working on it, and I keep playing on it, and I hope that it's that sort of thing that as you're playing the game, and especially a game that you're gonna play over and over again, like you can see a lot of that joy in there. So yeah, that was always core to the idea that it would be silly and happy, and we also all have a love for dumb puns, and so we I don't know, we just, as we played, we'd share silly fantasy memes and goofy puns and try to find fun ways to work that into the game.
Professor still has a question from chat, which is, who did the voice acting for this game?
Yeah. So for most of the game, the voices are either me or my husband Bob, who's also my teammate, and did a good chunk of all kinds of different development work on this. So we have a little recording setup where we got to sit at the mic and make all kinds of goofy noises. So yeah, I'm the spiders and I'm the goblins and everything. But for the wizard in particular, so for Fizz, we really wanted to try to work with a talented voice actor. And so we found Zenobia Mitchell, and she did the voice for Fizz, and it's just wonderful. She has so many funny, silly sounds.
You're also a talented voice actor, so don't discredit yourself there.
Yeah.
Those spider noises are really important. They really add to them. Honestly, all of the cute sounds and voices add to the atmosphere of the game. So no matter the fact that you guys that did them is really great and makes it that much more endearing.
Thank you. Oh, one of my favorite voices actually, because most of it was Bob and I, but oh gosh, on cue.
Aw, hi bud.
I was gonna say my daughter is the voice of the Wisp in the game.
Oh wow, that's so cool.
Special guest appearance.
Yeah, we have a famous voice actress coming in.
That's right.
Thank you for working on the game.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah,
that's really cool.
For the Will o' the Wisp effect that looks like Bob actually just picked up, when the wisps come out, they make a little giggle sound, and they have some sort of they're really happy when they hit things. So that's all Claire's voice.
Oh. Yeah, I thought the sound design for this game was just excellent, and it's really cool to hear about the process of creating all of these sound effects, because that was one of the first things I noticed. I was just these sounds are all so cute, and it fits so well with the very bubbly kind of bouncy aesthetic of the graphics as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I want to talk to you about the procedurally generated levels, the map. I think it's super cool. I love this kind of stuff because, with Dungeon Crawlers, this is one of my favorite things, how you can just keep replaying, and it's a different experience every time. So I know there's, different pathways you can choose. To an extent, you could randomly fall into one of those little jars at the bottom, or you could kind of try to aim into a specific one. So how far down can we actually go? How do you keep things fresh for each level? I just want to hear about the levels, the map, all that good stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. I can get super nerdy about this stuff, so
yes, do it.
But,
we like that.
Yeah. So a full procedurally generated world is there's 3 main acts, and each act is 15 floors deep, and at the end there's always a boss fight. So you go through 45 floors, you survive 45 floors, you beat the game. So every time we build the world, it takes into account So for each act level, there's like a set of different enemies that are available for an act, right? As you go deeper and deeper into the dungeon, you start to encounter harder, weirder, more specialized monsters. So it pulls from the monster set that's available to it. We also have these different biomes. So, you can see when the map comes up, sometimes there's like spiders, there's we call it the brutes biome. It's like orcs and goblins and things like that. And then there's the skeleton biome, where there's a bunch of skeletons and liches and all that good stuff. There are a couple of other different special map room types. There's these treasure rooms where you can go to specifically get, like, they'll be marked with a skill book or a weapon or armor, so you know that there's special treasure rooms with that item in it, that type of item. And there's also chaos rooms where it'll take all the different enemies from all the biomes and mash them together. So as we generate this map, we start to sort of, it'll pull from all those different room types and lay them out. And we've got some fun kind of like branching logic to make sure it all branches out in ways and then comes back again in time for the boss fight. And then when it knows, okay, I've got this biome type and I'm in this act level, it knows that these are the kinds of pegs that I can pull in. And then it grabs a board layout. So I sat and made a whole bunch of different boards because we didn't want the boards to just be totally random looking and feeling. So you can see in a lot of the boards there's these sort of patterns that I thought made for some fun bounces, or sometimes they're just like funny memes and like kitty faces and whatever. So it'll grab a board type, it'll grab from our set of available peg types for, whatever world and enemy biome you're in. And then it will try and place them all. And under the hood, there's these different sort of point values where like certain enemies, big powerful enemies, are worth more points versus like these little rats are like worth nothing. So you can jam a whole bunch. You can get a board that ends up being like 20 rats on it. Or, you get instead 2 spiders, which are worth a lot. They're big enemies, so they take up a lot of the enemy point space. And then there are other pegs that get thrown in, right? So we've got health and mana. We've got special hazards, like there's these poisonous eggs that show up in the spider biome, other hazards like that. There's random potions. So right now I can see on the board he's got a poison potion that he's probably going to fall into, just to set right there. So this can create additional hazards or opportunities for you. And then there's treasure chests that can show up every once in a while and give you bonus points. Sometimes they're mimics. So, okay, yeah. So, all of those things come together to make a new level for you every time.
That is so cool.
That's
I feel like
so
I could just
cool.
listen to you talk about this all day. It's really interesting to hear about everything that goes into it. And on the note of all the different biomes, I'm very curious to hear about which biome is your personal favorite as, someone who created them.
Yeah. I have to say, as a total arachnophobe, the spider biome was really hard for me.
Yeah.
I animated the spider legs, which meant that I watched some reference videos of spiders, and it was
no, I could not do that.
Great. And then when like I'd have like a level up over to the side, and I'd be working on like another screen, and I'd see the little like legs scrolling across the screen, and be like, ugh. But so anyway, from the gut level, the spider biome is hard for me, but I think it feels very different from the other biomes because of the spiders are these big moving pegs that end up like clearing these big swaths through a lot of the boards. So I like that about that biome. I don't know. I like. And I also really like there's a bunch of dark elves in the spider biome that have different sort of magical abilities. So I think those end up being fun. But I like all the biomes. Oh yeah, nice job.
Yeah, I saw that pop up. I was like, nice.
I just wanted to say, like, one of the great joys I have of playing a game on Steam specifically is getting the little like pop-up for like achievements, and this game just gives you achievements for like everything you do, and I personally find that incredibly satisfying and like super worthwhile. Like it's always good to have like achievements which are like, you know, hard to get and like you gotta like strive and work for them, but I also like I unlocked like 50% of the achievements like when I was playing this for 2 hours the other day. I was like, wow, like my brain, like my you know, dopamine receptors are just lighting up with it. Like it's very satisfying and like very enjoyable. I really appreciate that. Yeah, having good Steam achievements is like a cool part of game design, I feel like.
Yeah, we love achievements. They're like when we launched the game at the base set, there were 50 or 55 or something, or 45, and then we added another 10, I think, in this last update that we released, and we'll probably add some more. But yeah, we like having a mix of, you know, a lot of fun rewards for just. There's a lot of learning that happens in a roguelike. You know, there are all these different things that you encounter, and as a designer, I don't know exactly when you're going to encounter them because of the procedural building. So some of that pacing is kind of out of my hands, but I wanted to make sure that when you did encounter something new, or you were able to pull off like a good use of a skill or those sorts of things, you got some good feedback right at that moment, since I like don't have as much control over when that's going to happen for you. And so achievements kind of came in and helped you know, cement that. And then we also have some more hardcore achievements where you have to really like try to pick apart the systems and figure out how you could get to level 13 and have a mana. What do we end up with that? It was like you have to get up to like 900 mana or something like that. I don't know. Yeah. Some crazy things like that.
Wow. That's like super high. So we just saw a quest pop up there, and I really liked the way you could complete these kind of optional side quests as you're going along. I think I had one where it was like, I don't remember, it was get your mana up to a certain amount or like kill a certain amount of rats. So can you talk a little bit about the quest work?
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I got distracted for a second there. He was almost saved himself. It was all out of mana. So now he's gonna go. Here's Ledger showing up. Gonna give him a spin on the Wheel of Wonders.
It was definitely intentional. He was just trying to show us the Wheel of Wonders. It was. That's right.
It's
part of the demo.
Right? Exactly. So Ledger, he's all about keeping track of your gold. Gold's kind of like our skill sort of check. And so, you know, the more skillful you are, the higher gold totals you get, the better things he'll throw at you. So now he's got this trinket that he'll get to take into the next run. And maybe we can see. So we have a couple of different modes here. He was just playing a normal run, but we've got these daily puzzles where these like bite-sized, just like 5 boards, and we pack you full of some skills and items and add weird additional rules like there's no gravity today, where you try and get that. Or there's the weekly run, which is like one full run, but with a bunch of crazy rules thrown on top. And everybody in the world is playing the exact same board with the exact same. It's actually not, it is procedurally generated, but it will be the same exact dungeon generated for everybody around the world. So you know, if you make it to the end of this dungeon, you've got full bragging rights on everybody else. So let's go back and do a normal run, and maybe we can check out, we could play the rogue this time.
I want to see the rogue.
So, yeah,
I love the rogue.
I love the rogue. They were the first character actually that we built, and double jump was the first skill. Like as we were starting to brainstorm, we knew we had to do the holy trifecta of RPGs. We had to do the warrior, the rogue, and the wizard, and make them all feel like those sorts of things. And so as we were thinking about the rogue, we're like, okay, what kind of things do rogues need? It looks like this time the rogue's starting with the arrow shot. So the rogue has a bunch of projectile skills. They have a stealth skill, and then they've got this double jump. And double jump's super fun. And it was the first thing we prototyped, and as soon as we got that in, we're like, yeah, this thing's gonna be good. maybe he'll be able to pick that up and show how the rogue gets to totally flip movement on its head with the double jump.
I love how the double jump. I love how the double jump ability basically allows the possibility of completing a level like in like one single go without like touching the ground until like the very end. Like that was so satisfying when I like pulled that off the other day. I was like, wow, like I could just keep bouncing forever. Like if I use up mana, I'll just pick up another mana potion and then I'll just keep bouncing and going and then I'll finish the level. Like I felt very proud of myself for like
So the rogue is all about those like snowballing combos. So as you know, the rogue's a bit squishy. You need to be careful early on to build up some of your equipment and everything, or else you might die early. But once you get the right kits together, the combos just lock it in, and yeah, you can do crazy things like that.
We have a question.
So I did want to come back to
were you gonna...
Sorry, I can wait.
No, you can go ahead. Go ahead. We can. I was just going to ask this question from Ninja Falcon, and I think it's a really cool question. It's about the inspiration for the game, and he said, "Are you a fan of theater? This game feels a bit inspired by that aspect."
I was never a theater kid myself, but I mean, I love plays and everything. I think to us, the theater aspect of the game was also part of that sort of like welcoming, encouraging feel that, you know, for a lot of roguelikes, it's like, use your character and survive, you know, or you will die. And in this game, it's like, hey, it's all a play. You're taking on the role of rogue. You know, the king's down at the bottom. Let's see if you can make it to the bottom. And when you mess up, it's like, oh, that was just like a bad performance. Just, you know, start over again. We'll give you another shot. So yeah, I don't know. I think we had fun with that theater aspect. Plus, everybody's these sort of like the animation's all paper doll kind of thing. So I always think of it as sort of like a puppet theater.
Yeah, that's super awesome to hear about. I definitely can see that. So I guess we can go back now to the quest that we were going to talk about and learn a little bit more about those.
Yeah, totally.
This is going to be our very last level of the stream. By the way, this is going to be our last level for this game.
Okay, great. So as you're exploring the dungeon, you know, you might have seen some characters pop up to, you know, they're there to swap some quips with you, but also sometimes they might give you a trinket or they might give you a quest, and quests are these additional challenges that they're optional, but if you can complete a quest, then you'll get an awesome trinket and some bonus experience points and gold and stuff. So they're always great to hit if you can. Right now Bob has a quest. If you can, I was gonna say you could open it up. So like there's all kinds of different quests. They might be something like kill 10 spiders, which means, okay, now I need to like try and make sure I'm looking around at different spiders. Oh, here's defeat 12 goblins. But there's other quests that are like defeat this board in 3 turns, or like use your arrow shot skill to, you know, hit 3 guys in a turn or something like that. So we have a whole range of different challenges like that come in procedurally to also make your run like spice it up every time and make it feel different.
Cool. Well, thank you so much for showing us Roundguard. Yeah. And where can we get this game on Steam? It is on Steam, right?
Yes.
And other places?
It is. So,
maybe? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Roundguard is out right now and available for everybody on Steam. It is on Nintendo Switch, Xbox One, PlayStation 4, and is also a part of Apple Arcade. So if you are an Apple Arcade subscriber, you can go and download it right now.
That's awesome. Yay.
Yeah,
check out the link in chat for Roundguard, everyone, and get this and enjoy your weekend with this game. That's what I want to say. Thank you so much, Andrea and Co, for the voice acting talent, for appearing on stream as well. It was very appreciated.
She had spot on timing.
That was perfect. Yeah, we're gonna get started with Flipside Diner up next here after the break. All right, welcome back, everyone. Hope everyone's having a good Saturday today and maybe enjoying some brunch. We have a very good brunch-themed game here with us today called Flipside Diner, and we also have the developer Pat Kemp here on with us. Hi, Pat. How is it going? How is your day going so far?
It's great. Yeah, I've been really enjoying watching this stream.
Yeah, and I really like this game. This is a game about making brunch with a bunch of different cuisines from around the world, and this is the tutorial for that right now. Meg, did you have a chance to check out this game?
I have been watching, I watched the trailer and I was immediately interested because I grew up with cooking games like Cooking Mama and Diner Dash. Like I always loved these kind of like cooking management games. And I think this one's really cool because it puts more of a puzzle kind of element in there. But before we hop into the game, I also want to introduce our newest host. We've got MacNCheezP1z here with us as well.
Yes, thank you, Meg.
Hopping into this segment to host with us. And I'd love to hear, Mac, if you've checked out this game at all and what your initial thoughts are too.
I watched the trailer as well, and I love that it's a fun puzzle game involving food because I love food and I love puzzles. So I'm just really, really excited to hear about the inspiration that you got to create this game.
The inspiration, is that what you said?
Yes.
Yeah, I also love food and puzzle games. I also love cooking games in general. So this project is kind of a side project for me. I work full time as a game designer at a company called SpyFox, and this is just something I've been working on and off, nights and weekends kind of thing. And for my side projects, I basically make games for me, like games that I would want to play, and don't really consider anything else other than what I like. So this is the kind of game I've always wanted to play. I'm a huge fan of kind of action-y puzzle games, like Tetris or Tetris Attack, things like that, and cooking games in general. So, yeah, that's kind of where it came from.
I think it's really impressive that you took this on as a side project. Game development is very challenging to just do on its own as a part of, your full-time job. So the fact that you took it upon yourself to create this game on your own is a testament to the hard work and dedication that has gone into it for sure. But I'd love to hear a little bit more about what that experience was like for you and kind of how you navigated through the challenges that came with it.
Well, I really like how you put that as like hard work and everything. I kind of think of it as more as like obsession. Like I just really love making games. I make games, 40 hours a week, and I love the company I work for, and I'm creatively satisfied with that work. But somehow that just isn't enough. Like when I clock out from that, there's other stuff I want to do. Yeah, that's a very flattering way to put it. But yeah, I mean, for this one, I guess throughout my career, I've always been doing this. I always have something on the back burner, so to speak, that I'm kind of working on when I get time. And this one is actually, for such a relatively small, simple game, I've been working on it since 2018 with like big hiatuses here and there. I have 2 small children at home, so like the getting together a lot of free time and energy is not always super easy. Yeah, I mean, I would say for this one, it's interesting with like a side project where it's not my day job. I don't have any external, pressure to finish it or anything. Like it's really all about kind of making up those milestones for myself, or setting those milestones for myself. So submitting a build to 6 was actually a really useful milestone. I got a bunch of stuff I've been putting off into the game because I was like, when they announced the submission opening, I was like, oh, I should do that. That would force me to, get a bunch of work done. I did something similar when my youngest daughter was born. Like I was like, I got to get a bunch of stuff in before she's born, or I'm never going to get it done. So yeah, I mean, for me, that's kind of what it is. It's like, it's weird. It's like I'm a professional game dev, but I'm also a hobbyist game dev, on the side. So yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weird. I'm not sure it's totally healthy, to be honest.
Who needs work-life balance? It's work-work balance.
Especially when your work is fun, though.
Like when I'll be working on these games, and my daughter's like, "Are you working?" I'm like, kind of, but not really. This isn't work. This is play work.
It's fun work, but all of it's fun work.
Yeah.
Right, right. What is something that, like a fun memory that you had when creating this game? Something that maybe people might not know about that triggered a fun experience for you?
Yeah. A lot of...
Yeah.
I mean, I've got no, it's a great question. All the things that come to my mind are like really kind of nerdy technical things. But yeah, I guess when I opened it up to kind of like friends and family, play testers, just to get a little more bug testing and stuff. And I really wasn't sure like how many people would be into it. And I had a couple friends that just got really into it, and like a really like one friend in particular she was just amazing. She played it so much and would just give me so much feedback and was like, "Have you fixed this yet?" Because and that was just really exciting because it's like I said, I was kind of making this game for me and not really thinking about like, is there a market for this kind of thing? Is a ton of people going to play it? So just finding at least one or two people who are like get it as much as I do, or maybe even a little more than I do. It's just really exciting.
So I know for me, I like cooking games because, sorry, there's a little bit of delay, so sometimes we talk over each other, but it's okay. It's fun. I know I really like cooking games because I suck at cooking in real life. Like I'm one of the kind of people, like I made a grilled cheese recently and burnt it and it was embarrassing. So I'm curious to know, did you make this game because you're also bad at cooking in real life, or are you like a chef in real life, or somewhere in the middle? I'm curious why food was what you chose for your puzzle game.
Yeah. Definitely somewhere in the middle. I'm not a chef, but I love to cook and I pride myself on my cooking, and I love cooking for people. That's probably my favorite part of it. And so, yeah, there's definitely, I also, that's another thing I sort of do with some of my side projects is I kind of like make games out of my other non-game hobbies. Like I had a woodworking game I was working on a while ago because I was into woodworking. But yeah, so like, part of working on cooking games is kind of like, bringing over a real life hobby into a video game format. And actually this game in particular, one of the sort of specific inspirations was I was cooking like a big skillet full of meatballs, and you're supposed to not overpack the pan. You're supposed to space them out, have you have room, but I didn't want to do it in batches, so I just had way too many meatballs in this giant skillet, and I needed to roll them over. And there was like there's no room to roll a meatball. So I'd like move one meatball to make room to roll the other one. And then I was like doing this whole like shuffling them around, rolling it all around the pan. So like you can look at this game. It's basically that. It's like a meatball. One of the cuisines has meatballs in it. So, it definitely inspired it. But yeah, I think, I'm a huge fan of cooking.
That's so cool. I love that you had like that moment in real life where you saw the meatballs and then you're like, hey, I can make this into a video game. That's so cool. And you mentioned the cuisines. I want to hear, I know there's like a bunch of different foods and cuisines that we can make in this game, and I'd love to hear about the different ones that are in the game and why you chose the ones that you chose. And they're the meatballs too.
Yeah. I'm also interested to know more about like the research process for like finding out like what kinds of foods to like put in each of these cuisines.
Yeah. So I will say I'm pretty happy with the set I have now. It's still definitely, kind of a work in progress. But a lot of it was, I had a few things to consider as far as like what cuisines to add, and then there's more things to consider about like the individual foods within a cuisine. So a lot of times for the cuisine, I would basically pick, just a really kind of well-known world cuisine. And I would also look into things like, for example, like the Japanese cuisine you're playing right now, like, I just read a bunch of articles about Japanese cuisine or a country's like national dishes, or basically I wanted to like have kind of highlights of a cuisine represented in there. And like, so I'd look at those, at the different foods and kind of like group them and be like, which one of these might work thematically to be cooked flipping around on essentially like a griddle, like a flat top. And to be honest, a lot of them don't, it's kind of a stretch. Like there's a lot of foods you're cooking in here that you don't actually cook this way. But it's kind of like, if I thought it was close enough, then, I thought it would work. And then figuring out a set and kind of how they fit together, like the Japanese set you're playing now, I decided to go with all like festival food. So they're all like street foods, stuff you would get as street food versus, which is not representative of Japanese cuisine as a whole, but it's a subset of, kind of popular dishes in Japanese cuisine that I thought would work really well with the format. So there's some of that. Another kind of weird aspect to it is like figuring out the shapes that work well. Like the game, if you look at the game, you're flipping little shapes around and there's a space management thing. So you have like, in each cuisine, like the same shapes will show up. Like there's a pancake sized shape in all the cuisines. There's some skinny ones and stuff like that. And for the game to work well and have the right kind of pressure and tension, you need a lot of those. So part of it is like, I'd be looking at a cuisine. I was like, is there something in this cuisine that would make sense as a big flat thing or a long skinny thing? And so that was another kind of, factor to consider. And, I'm still kind of, I think depending on how much more work I put into this project, how much more stuff I want to add, I think more cuisines is definitely near the top of my list. I have like a whole checklist of cuisines I'd love to add and research and stuff. I'd also really like to get, a lot of my playtesters have requested like a Foodipedia type thing where you can just pull up a little UI that just like, these are what these foods are. This is like a little bit about them in real life, and here's a picture of it in real life, and you can learn about the foods, which I would love. I would love to do that because people can, I guess, learn something from the game, and I think it's just a really cool thing to think about. So.
There was a question in chat. Do different cuisines get more complicated in the game as they go, and more complicated shapes and structures?
Yeah, sort of. So they have, each cuisine has 6 shapes. And like I said, there's sort of some canonical shapes. Like all of them have a 1x1 that you don't have to flip. It just kind of sits there. All of them have a 1x1 that you flip to one side. Several of them have like a rolly shape that has 4 sides. So they're all kind of represented, and the pancake shape, like I mentioned. So those are all kind of represented, but the cuisines do play differently. Some of them have kind of unusual twists on that, like there's a chili pepper in the Mexican one that there's also a cube shaped one that has 6 sides that you flip all around, and the chili pepper on the Mexican one only has 5 of the sides. One of them you can't cook, so that sort of has to, you change your strategy there. And then also the cooking time and the burning time on the foods and how soon they come in varies. So like the pancake shape in Italian food is a pizza that plops down. You don't have to flip it and cooks pretty quickly, which is kind of an easy version of the pancake one versus another cuisine where it's like you have to account for the space to flip the pancake, right? So that's part of how I sort of make the cuisines feel distinct from a gameplay point of view, is like tweaking all those values on the shapes.
And I need to know, when you were creating this game, did you start creating extra stuff in the kitchen IRL where you're like, okay, I put this in my game and I need to make it right now?
That's a good question. What did I? I don't think I did.
What?
Yeah, I definitely there was definitely occasions where I would be working on a new cuisine and then just get really hungry for that cuisine, and like, obviously this was pre-pandemic, but then I'd like go out and it's like I gotta go get some of that, like the taiyaki, the little waffle fish in the Japanese cuisine. I love those things, and like just like drawing those, like modeling it and just like staring at it and like looking at reference pictures of these close-up images of it. I was like, I must have one. So like, yeah, getting hungry during working on this game is like it's a real thing. It's a very it's a very real thing.
Yeah, that sounds like a real challenge. I think I would end up eating like 5 times more because I would be looking at food all day while I'm working on the game. Yeah. So I mentioned earlier that I, grew up loving lots of cooking games. I'm curious if there are any cooking games that you really enjoyed that kind of served as an inspiration while you were making this game, or just were games that you really liked.
Yeah, I mean, I love. You mentioned Cooking Mama. That was, that's one of my favorites. I never got super into Diner Dash, but because I think the ones I really gravitate towards ones that are more simulating the cooking itself versus like restaurant management. Mm-hmm. My all-time favorite is it's kind of obscure, but it's like a PlayStation 1 game that was released in Japan, and I think the American title was My Cooking, and it was kind of like a really intense version of Cooking Mama, but you were just using the thumbsticks to do everything, and it was very dexterity based, so you had to like go chop 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 to like chop the vegetables and stuff, and it had head-to-head multiplayer, which I like is kind of unusual for cooking games, but you could like have 2 players like doing cooking battles, and you would like do a good combo with your French fries, and it would send like roaches to the other person's kitchen, and me and my friends and I played it, and it was just really like intense and fun, but yeah, I mean in general I try and check out new cooking games as they come out. Like Cook Serve Delicious is an awesome recent example. Battle Chef Brigade, I really liked some of the cool stuff they were doing, yeah, even just like cooking systems in games, like when there's like Breath of the Wild's cooking stuff, like I wouldn't say I'm like a connoisseur, but I do kind of go out of my way to check them out and to see what they're doing.
Yeah, I recently played Spiritfarer, and I loved the cooking in that game. I went crazy trying to get all the recipes, and it's just so much fun to collect them all. So we talked a little bit about how, obviously you're looking at food reference photos, and it makes you hungry when you're creating a game about food, which is one of the challenges that you may face when working on this game. But I'm curious if there are any other bumps in the road during development that you had to kind of overcome as you were creating the game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, definitely. There's a lot of, I guess, kind of boring technical stuff. From the design point of view, I kind of, one of the hardest things for me on this game is figuring out what the progression was, like what, because when it started out, it didn't have multiple cuisines. It was just like you're cooking like American diner food, and that was like that was the game. And then which was fine by me. It was kind of like the game I wanted to play. But then I started thinking like, well, if someone did get into this game and like, bought the game or whatever, like I really want to make sure they feel like there's something that they can invest in a way that feels good to them. So then I came up with the idea of unlocking cuisines, but that took me like, a while to settle on because that kind of stuff, it's just a lot of work. I'm not like the fastest programmer, so just adding whole systems like that is just a ton of work. And then there's a lot of going back on like how you even unlock things and stuff. Like currently, you unlock things by accumulating points. So it's kind of like you just play one cuisine enough till you hit a point threshold of like how many points you've accumulated across multiple games, and then it unlocks the next one. So you get this kind of linear unlock kind of thing, but tried out all different models for different ways to do that. Yeah, I think those are the ones that stick out in my head as like things that, took me like months to settle on what to do. I mean, months of night and weekend work, not like months of full-time work, but it still took a while.
As you continue to unlock more and more cuisines, does the game get progressively harder, or is each level pretty much the same difficulty, just different foods?
It does get a little harder. There are some kind of, it's kind of a mix. Like the Japanese one is the last one you unlock before the fusion cuisine, which is like the randomly generated one. And the Japanese one is definitely the hardest. But that was more like I made a bunch of cuisines. I tuned them till how I kind of liked them. And then I just looked at them and had people play test them. And they say, oh, this one's so hard. And I was like, oh, okay, I'll just put it later in the progression. So it's like I didn't set out to make Japanese to be the hardest cuisine. It just sort of happened.
But I love the Japanese like cuisine one. The Japanese like cuisine one always makes me like want like sushi after I play it. I really like that one, no matter how hard it is. Yeah. Also, I'm really impressed with myself for getting this level like on as long as I have. I'm like, this is one of my
killing
better,
it over there.
like,
I've been
plays.
watching you, and I'm like, dang.
Yeah,
I feel like I would burn all of them.
Yeah, Italian's actually one of the highest scoring ones for. I mean, it's for whatever reasons. It's like it's the one you can like keep going and get like really high scores on. I guess
I totally messed myself up here.
Oh no!
Oh yeah.
Oh
yeah, that was bad. I like set myself up for failure on that one for sure. But that was
streamer curse.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. You were playing the random one. I was so confused. I thought there was a bug.
No, I wanted to go for the
Italian, and then food popped up, and I was like, "Oh, that's not an Italian. That's a horrible bug."
And I love like the fusion like things too. Like I love like trying to like make it work with different types of food from different like cuisines. I think that's a really good like theme idea too. Like I really appreciate this like fusion level that always comes up.
Yeah, that was basically like, what's a way if someone beats everything, something that they can continue doing. I guess one other thing that's I think maybe less apparent when you're starting the game is kind of how the scoring works and the combos. Like I think it's pretty evident that there's something going on with like combos and things, but like I kind of spent a lot of time figuring out a system that has a fairly high skill ceiling. Like you can get very high scores in this game and you can get very good at it, or not. You can also just play it pretty casually, and lots of people do that, and that's totally cool. So I kind of made an effort not to like require you to learn the combo stuff. You can just kind of play it, just trying not to burn stuff and have fun, and that's totally fine. But myself, like, the kinds of action-y puzzle games I really like Tetris Attack and stuff, where you can sink a lot of time into building skill and mastery in that. There's quite a lot of depth to it. Like I wanted to have something that like, so I could play the game and be like, I can actually still improve and feel challenged. So yeah, that's another thing that, actually took quite a while to nail down.
On the note of this game being accessible to a lot of people, I think it's really interesting that it's a mobile game, because I think that this type of game is perfect for mobile.
Yes.
And I would love to hear a little bit about how you kind of the thought process behind choosing the platform that your game is going to live on, and kind of your thoughts on, I guess, the rise of mobile gaming and what that means to you.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's a big topic. I mean, so my company Sprite Fox actually, we're often, some of our best known games are mobile games. So I have opinions about the mobile game market in general. But for me, for this game, it was more about, like I said, one of the goals is like a game that, for me to play. And, I mentioned earlier, we've got 2 young kids at home. I think Andrea was talking about this too, about like wanting Roundguard to be pick up and play to fit into a busy parent's life. And that's exactly what is going on here. Like for the most part, like my phone is where I play games. And so, it just made sense for me as something like that I can keep in my pocket and like, take out and play. And, I also just really like making games for touchscreen mobile devices. Like I'm not crazy about the economic business side of the mobile game market, but I really like the form factor of like, a little touch screen. Like Zolaire is doing an amazing job playing with a mouse, but the game is made for touchscreen. Like it's much more kind of quick and intuitive, going with your finger. You can even use multiple fingers if you're like really into it. Like you can flip things at, in sync if you're like really intense about it.
I love that.
I really love making games for mobile devices. So, like I said, it was almost a selfish decision. I was just like, this is where I play games. This is where I like to make games, and that's kind of why I did it.
Do you have any extra levels or anything else that you want to put into the game? I know you said it wasn't completely done yet. Are you still planning on extra cuisines to add?
Yeah, I've got a list. I mean, I would love to. I have like at least another dozen that I would love to get in. Really, it's just a matter of time and where I can fit it in. Like, as much as I love working on this project, I also kind of want to be done with it, to be honest. So I'm trying to like figure out a way to like ship it and move on to the next thing. And honestly, the slowest part is the art. So like, I'm mostly a game designer. I can program and do art as well, but I'm not like the fastest or best artist. Like, it takes me a long time to get things even decent looking. So like for every cuisine I do, I'm like, okay, that's a whole bunch of modeling and texturing work I need to do, and that's probably the biggest cost to adding more cuisines. But I definitely do, and I think it's like as far as like adding like a value that a player would perceive is like, oh, like having 12 cuisines instead of 6 cuisines is a very obvious like, oh wow, that's a big bump. So it makes a lot of sense. So I don't know, we'll see. Maybe I'll squeeze a few more in.
You can always put it like push updates later, right?
Yeah, that would be awesome.
I think the fact that no, it's okay. Sorry, I feel bad that I keep talking over.
No, we're good.
I think it's super, super cool that somebody can just make a game themselves, like an entire game. And it's really impressive to hear about the way that you designed this game solo and kind of how your experience was with that. I'm curious to hear if you have any advice for maybe anybody who's watching who wants to kind of do something similar to you and make their own game, but they're, intimidated or nervous to get started. What would you say to them?
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's never been easier. I mean, the tools, the resources, the communities, like it's amazing. Like there's lots of free game engines you could pick up and then this game is made in Unity, which is a commercial game engine, but has free and cheap entry level licensing. There's lots of other options as well. And for any given engine you pick, you can go on YouTube or just search the web for like tutorials and stuff. Like, you can just get started. And there's just tons of resources. And I think as far as like just getting over the barrier to starting something, like I think sort of just scoping small, setting your standards low, just make something like this. I've been making little side project games for like 15 years now, and it's like I've built up a skill set, the size of games that works for me, and the types of challenges I want to take on, and building up those skills and stuff. But those 15 years of other little small projects, those are all fun learning things. So I would encourage you to just make things and not be super concerned with like it being amazing on the first try. Just think of your first 10, 20 projects as just lessons to be learned. And yeah, I mean, the tools are out there. I think it's a great time for just people to be able to learn how to make games, and it's super fun. So give it a shot.
That's such good advice. I love that. No, go for it.
Sorry, go ahead. I did see a question in chat. Someone had asked, did you ever try making an L-shaped food for the puzzle aspect? And I saw a similar question in the same vein of, will there ever be different griddle sizes for different puzzles?
Yeah, those are really good questions. The L-shaped question, that's eerie. Like, I was like thinking about that like last night. Yeah, so I've definitely thought about making all kinds of different weird shapes, and that would be a really great way to kind of vary up the cuisines a lot, because currently they're all rectilinear. I think that's the word. Like, they're all boxes of different shapes or sizes. And I would love to do an L-shaped thing. It wouldn't be too hard to try out.
It might be hard for me as the player, but
so like a weird thing about this game is it's like it can be kind of hard coming up with like if I had a cuisine, I was like, I want to make an L-shaped thing, and then I have to think like, what food is L-shaped, right? Like, I don't know. It seems like, for example, the base diner cuisine one, like all the foods kind of make sense for their shapes, right? Like, a sausage and a bacon and a toast and a pancake. But then there's a cube-shaped one, which is the last one you'll encounter, and it's a potato, it's like a cube potato that you roll around on all 6 sides. That doesn't really make sense. Like there's no, and I've asked dozens of people for advice on that one and like racked my brain like what is a cube shaped food? Because I really want to have a cube because the cubes are actually a really fun challenge to work just from a gameplay point of view. But I have to come up with like what is a food that makes sense in American diner cuisine that see right there you just dropped a potato on the thing. And so that's a challenge. I mean, it's a fun challenge, like trying to figure out what a good cube-shaped food is for a cuisine. So if anyone has ideas for a cube-shaped diner food or an L-shaped anything food, I would love the help there.
I'm seeing
so where
tofu
can
chat and spam.
Yeah.
Where can people go to play this game or find out more about it?
So it's not out yet. I wish I had like a really great like landing page. Like I have, you could check out my itch or like my Twitter. Like I don't really have like a really great like you can't wish list it or anything like that. And I'm not really sure when it's going to come out. So unfortunately, I don't really have a really great promo plan for that. But you can follow me on Twitter or you could follow my itch page, and I'm sure I'll shout about it when it's ready.
Cool.
Thank you so
Awesome.
much,
Well,
Pat.
you
This was so cool.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
This is
Thanks
awesome.
for having me.
Yeah. Have a good rest of
I'm
your
hungry
day.
now.
Yeah, same. We are going to go and eat some food, so we'll be back in a half hour. No, I'm just kidding. We're going to check out a trailer for Guilt, the Deathless, which is the next game that we're going to have some devs on to talk about. So let's go ahead and roll the trailer.
Should I jump off now?
and freshly frosted by Quantum Astrophysicists Guild. Assemble can.
Hello again.
Hi. Hi, everybody. We're back, and this is going to be a really exciting segment because now we are here with, they're going to be in audio with us, the devs from the previous games that we checked out. We're going to be doing a live Q&A with all of you in chat. So if you have any pressing questions about any of the games we just checked out, make sure you drop them in chat so we can ask the devs about them.
I definitely know I have some pressing questions on my end, but I would prefer the viewers to go first before I bring up my very silly, not at all important questions for the devs.
Yeah, all of the games we looked at so far are great. Do either of you have a personal favorite of any that you've played or seen so far?
I feel bad picking a favorite because I don't want the other ones to feel bad. They were all very good.
Yeah, they were all good.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm excited, honestly, for all of them. I think mobile games are really fun to play, especially if you're on the go and need to kill some time. But I also love PC games. So I love that there's a mix of both options for you to have gameplay.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think one of the great things about each of these games is that they kind of appeal to, a different type of audience. Like you have Flipside Diner, which is super fun and accessible. And then you have, like Roundguard, which is a little more strategy, but still accessible in its own way. And it's just really cool. And I love getting to talk to game devs because they're all so talented. And it's just so cool to see what everybody brings to the table.
Yeah, and I love puzzle games, and I love that we were able to see a bunch of different puzzle games that allows you to have fun with it. And it seems like every single game has that addicting feature that's like, I just want to play more. I just want to play more, which is what you want in a game.
Yeah, they really do. It's all of these games I can see just sucking like hours and hours away, which honestly, like in quarantine, I don't think that's a bad thing.
Definitely not a bad thing at all.
I also really appreciate that all of the games here have something to do with food. Even Roundguard, there was a food-themed boss where you had to compete by making food in the kitchen for the dungeon boss, but still like with regular dungeon crawling gameplay. And also the potions are, I would assume, are very tasty. Some strawberry health potion and blue raspberry mana potion, I would assume. So lots of food here on this stream.
Yeah, I'm all about that. Hopefully that theme continues through the rest of the day. I think it will with some of the games we have coming up, so that's good.
Okay, looks like we have we're gonna revisit maybe a couple questions that we might have missed from our previous one-on-one dev streams. AlchemistJoker asked, I wonder if there could be DLC for other dishes within the cuisine of Flipside Diner that's already included, or maybe even a cookbook for Flipside Diner. Pat, do you want to speak to that at all?
That sounds awesome. I would love. I think more dishes or more cuisines would make a lot of sense as DLC. A cookbook would be hilarious. Although I think each recipe in the cookbook would have to say like, okay, when you make this, it's nothing like in the game, because except for maybe like pancakes and stuff. But so many of them are so wacky, like a wacky cartoony version of the food. But that's a really fun idea. I love that. Maybe I could include like real life recipes inside the game, just in case you're curious.
I love the educational aspect that you are wanting to put into it. I love you had mentioned possibly putting in more info about each cuisine type, as well as how to make it. Like, that's awesome to not only have fun with the game, but be educational as well.
Yeah, totally.
So for everybody watching, again, if you have any questions for our Q&A block here about any of the games that we just talked about, we had Freshly Frosted, and then we had Roundguard, and then we had Flipside Diner. So if you have any questions about any of those three games, even if we missed something that you asked earlier, feel free to drop it in the chat so that we can go ahead and ask these wonderful devs here who have so graciously shared their time with us what your question is so we can learn more.
Demla says, what if Flipside Diner, when something burned, it took away all the vertical life instead of losing, and that part of the grill now became unusable? That could be really interesting.
Oh, that's a cool idea. Yeah, yeah, I think that could totally work. I love the idea of kind of softening the failure condition a bit, and I could definitely see it being stressful with like an unusable part of the grill. I think you'd probably lose pretty shortly after that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
One feature I've had a lot of people request, and I really want to do because it wouldn't be very hard, is like a relaxed mode where instead of when you burn food, it just kind of like maybe you lose your combo multiplier and the food just pops off the grill and you just keep playing. And it's not about score chasing or like a tense, survival kind of feel. It's more just like chill out and cook a bunch of meatballs. So I think I'll probably definitely end up doing that because so many people have mentioned they'd like something like that.
And this was a question that I'm glad we're revisiting. I saw this earlier and we didn't have a chance to ask it. Dimala, this is a question for the Freshly Frosted devs. Dimala had asked if there was going to be a level editor for Freshly Frosted. And I'm envisioning all of this like chaos, kind of like Super Mario Maker-esque chaos of people making these like insane levels. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on that idea.
You know, that's honestly a really great idea. We already made one for me to use. It's just, it's incredibly janky. You have to like press all these random buttons on the keyboard that are only mapped in my memory. So we'd obviously have to clean it up a little bit to work, especially with controllers. But I would love that. I mean, we'd have to do the networking part of it to have like a user-made community level creator. But I think that's a great idea, and it seems pretty doable. Like, kind of my design philosophy is to like listen to player feedback and actually do what the players want. So sure, that's feature creep. Why not?
And so this is a question for Freshly Frosted and Roundguard devs. Wonderful Pat already answered this question during our interview with him. But this is a question about the origin story of your game. Why this game? Why is it the way it is? What made you want to design it? And why not a different game? So we can start with you, Ty.
Sure. So Freshly Frosted started on a game jam. And if you listening out there don't know what a game jam is, it's when you spend 48 or 72 hours working on a pretty small game, because that's all the time you've got. It was during Train Jam last year where the prompt was circuitous. Ali, the artist, wanted to do a cute donut game, and I've kind of always wanted to make a build it and watch it go type of game, sort of like Factorio or something, or Big Pharma or something like that. And it kind of came together where like you have this donut factory, and like this terrible employee placed all of the stations in the most inefficient way humanly possible, and it's your job as the conveyor belt builder to make it all right again. And so everything else kind of came from there, and we had a pretty good prototype. Actually, in the looping trailer, the video footage there, unfortunately, is from the 72-hour game jam. That's like over a year old. So we were able to make all of that in 72 hours, and we've just been working on it since.
Wow, that's incredible. Like a huge feat in 72 hours. That sounds like, to me, as someone who's not a game dev, that sounds impossible and very hard, but you pulled off a very beautiful game.
Freshly Frosted was my 15th game jam, and Ali, Amanda, and I have all been making games for many years. Ali used to be at Spry Fox with Pat. So, yeah, we kind of, like, it wasn't our first rodeo, so we started out knowing exactly what we wanted to do, and, like, in the first couple of hours had something going, so I think that's a big important part of making a good game jam, is knowing what you want to do straight away.
When you're doing those brainstorming sessions, what type of aspects are you looking for in a game when it's like, okay, what do people want to play? How do we put the assets together? What are some of those questions that come to mind?
It kind of happens organically, and of course Andrew and Pat can answer this question too. But at least for Freshly Frosted specifically, like we started building out the systems, and we're able to play test internally. Like I designed things and had Amanda and Ali play them, and if it didn't work, we punted them quickly. Like failing quickly in any kind of thing is a great idea because it makes you agile, makes you fast. I'd love Andrew and Pat's answers.
We sat down and made a bunch of one-pagers. So that's how we started brainstorming. It was just like throwing together lots of ideas, and I try to capture it all on like one piece of paper, get some little sketches down for characters, get like some of the like core game loop ideas, try to like think through, you know, is the game expandable, if, you know, or do we want to keep it really tight? Like, how does this speak to the strengths of the team? You know, how long do we think this would take us to make? So we tried to, before we started on Roundguard, be a little bit more disciplined. We've made a bunch of games in the past, and sometimes like we kind of like started with an idea we thought was cool and got a little too deep into it, and realized like, it wasn't really coming together. And like to Ty's point, we wanted to fail faster than we had in the past. So that was the like, okay, it's a 1 page and we're gonna make like 20 ideas. And so I've got a stack of 1 pages from that. And yeah, and like Roundguard just came together really clearly when it was like Peggle plus RPG. Cool, we got it. We got the, you know, basic ideas, and we threw together a prototype immediately to prove out the idea. Yeah.
Yeah, and for me, I think a big part of the process is, you know, prototyping is probably one of my favorite parts of game development. Just, you know, cranking out something quick and seeing how it feels and what's interesting about it. You know, doing that in a couple days or a couple weeks. And one of my regular game dev social activities pre-pandemic was a bi-weekly game designer meetup at a coffee shop. And we'd all bring prototypes we were working on to get feedback and critiques and stuff. And so usually it'd be like, you know, I'd be working on something and I'd bring it there and see what folks thought. And if like, you know, they were kind of the first wave of play testers to see if they thought there's something interesting there and if it like generated interesting conversations about where it could go. I think, you know, for this project, like I said earlier, it's definitely like a passion project. So I probably not as, you know, I probably like kept working on it even when it was kind of like in a busted state. You know, if it was a commercial product, I might have said like, okay, this isn't coming together, and dumped it. But because it was, you know, I was just kind of making it for me, I just stuck with it and kept massaging it until it got somewhere good. Yeah.
A follow-up to that, when you're working in a group setting with people and you're throwing ideas back and forth, how do you work with someone who is dead set on their idea, even if it's a bad idea and they're unwilling to fail fast? They want to keep going with their idea. And this goes for any of you.
Great question.
I try really hard not to work with people like that.
Yeah, don't have that
Yeah, I was
person on
gonna
your
say
team.
you should just fire them.
Gonna say
Just like, nope, bye.
we are all like super close friends, and so that helps.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really cool to hear about, you know, the kind of community that you have with indie devs. I think when you look at a lot of like big AAA companies, it's very competitive in the sense that, you know, they're trying to really kind of like make their game the #1 game. Whereas with y'all, it's more just, hey, we're in this together. Let's help each other grow. Let's help each other learn. Let's help each other improve our games. And I think that's a really, really beautiful community to be a part of. Moving into our next question, I really, really like this one, especially because of the little pun in it. And this is for all 3 devs. So we'll start with Pat and then work our way through. And the question is, what's next for you after this game? Do you have any other things currently cooking? Winky face, because puns.
I do, yeah. Actually, I have another kind of personal project going that's pretty far along, and it's going to be a much bigger game than this one. That's part of the reason I want to wrap up and ship Flipside Diner, so I can work on the new thing guilt-free without feeling like I should really go back and finish that other game. But the new thing is, gosh, I haven't really practiced explaining this. It's kind of like a artillery game, like if you think of like Worm, the old Worm series, or Angry Birds and stuff, but instead of bombs and explosions, you're like a little forest animal throwing seeds, and you're kind of like regrowing the forest. So your bombs explode and shoot little seeds, and a bunch of plants bloom up. And It's also got kind of like a roguelike structure to it, so you get there's like a deck building element where you're collecting different types of seeds, different abilities. So yeah, I'll probably be working on that for the next couple of years.
That sounds so cute. I absolutely love that
It
concept,
really
and I already
does.
want to play this game. I haven't even seen it yet, and I already want to play it. Ty,
Right?
let's hear from you next about what you're working on.
Yeah, well, so Freshly Frosted is only like between a third and half done, and it's a bigger project that we're coming to unannounced platforms and a lot of exciting things happening with it. So we're going to be working on Freshly Frosted quite a bit until mid next year and potentially beyond. But aside from that, like Freshly Frosted is still kind of my part-time thing. The bigger thing that I do with my time is directing the Quantum Astrophysicists Guild, which is a local independent game publisher. We partnered with Roundguard actually to bring them to consoles, and we recently launched the Ambassador for Extra Timelines, which Ryan and TJ is going to show later today. So I've actually got my hands in so many pots. We've got a lot of awesome games coming up. Like Deleveled and Breakpoint are both launching this month. And those are also the Seattle Indies Expo games going to be shown some future Saturdays. So I'm doing a lot of stuff. It's mostly working on helping other independent game developers have the best launch possible and come to all sorts of cool platforms.
I love that. We're seeing that theme again of indie devs helping each other out and lifting each other up,
Yeah,
and
I
it's
love
really
it.
touching.
Yeah, that's why I do it.
Andrea, we'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was going to say it's been great working with Ty, like just for that reason of feeling like having an indie partner in all of this. So that's been awesome. For us at Wonder Belly Games, we're just in that like back in the we need to make a pile of one-pagers kind of place. So we haven't figured out yet what's coming up after Roundguard, but we do have plans still to make a couple more updates. We just released an update for Roundguard at the end of July, where we added a couple new modes, and we will have another couple of updates coming up in the future. So we're going to be sort of bouncing between working on some new ideas for that and then coming up with the next thing.
Awesome.
With that theme
question-
of... Oh, sorry. No, please.
No, sorry, Matt, go ahead.
With that theme of indie devs being friends and helping each other up and helping lift each other up, why do you think that is the way in the indie scene versus in the AAA scene where it might be a little bit more cutthroat?
I think nobody's indie to make money, I think. I certainly hope so. I mean, if you actually take a realistic view of the business aspect of indie, like 90% of games don't make their money back at all. Maybe like 2% are actually profitable or something like that. Whereas AAA, you're running like many multi-million-dollar games, and so like they're designed from the ground up to be profitable. There's a reason there's a Halo 5. It's because they have a formula that works. They know people are going to buy it. Like you don't have 5 sequels of most indie games. So indie games, like it's an art. Like people, it's like a bunch of artists coming together. Even if you're a programmer or a designer, you're an artist if you're making an indie game. And that kind of community really facilitates friendship and like people working together and collaborating, or just like, sharing a beer at a monthly social, which Seattle Indies has hosted every month for the last like 12 years or something, and just getting together and being colleagues, even if you're not working together. It's a really wonderful spirit.
Yeah, I would add, like, I don't think AAA devs are as maybe as cutthroat as it might seem. Like, I think in some ways it's more possible for indie devs to do this kind of collaboration and stuff, because we're not beholden to NDAs and we're not part of a company. Like, we can just help each other out with each other's games, whereas if an employee at one AAA company helps out another AAA company game, like that's a huge legal issue, right? But like, I mean, I know some people on this call are ex-AAA people. I know lots of AAA people who work in that industry, and they're all it's the same vibe, I think, a lot of the time. Like, it's just sort of, they're more bound by contractual obligations and things.
Kind of
I totally agree with that. I mean, I came from a AAA background, and there was a lot of that community feel within a team. But I think like when you're working as an indie, your teams are so small. You know, Wonderbelly is 3 people, and it's hard to do everything on your own. And so it's not just that it's like more possible to reach out to other people. It's like you need you need that community. You know, when you have a question like, has anybody solved this problem already? If you just had the 3 of you, like you probably haven't, but there are, you know, these awesome resources like Seattle Indies that you can go and talk to a bunch of other developers and get their perspective.
I love that. Zolaire, what were you about to say?
Yeah, sorry, I was just messing some of my mic settings here for the production side of things. Yeah, I was just gonna say, I just started working at a AAA studio like a couple months ago. I work at Turn 10 now, which makes the Forza games. And before that, I had done entirely indie, small company types of things before then. And yeah, I feel like there's always been this really big spirit of collaboration, creativity between game devs of all kinds. No matter where you're working, people love to help each other and collaborate with each other. But on the AAA level, you do tend to see that kind of more within a big studio or within several studios owned by the same company. Looking at you, Microsoft, all of the game teams who work at Microsoft tend to be pretty communicative and collaborative within each other, because they're all hosted by the same parent. And so it makes it easy for various companies to do crossovers and collaborations with each other within the realm of Microsoft. But there's just way more paperwork and approvals that everything has to go through. And in the indie scene, you don't have to talk to someone who will talk to their boss, who will talk to their boss, who will talk to their manager. You can just directly approach each other and come up with these cool ideas and these cool creative collaborations. And there's definitely room for both. There's stuff that, AAA could definitely learn from indie, absolutely. And sometimes there's things that AAA can do that indie can't right now, or maybe we'll be able to someday, but we just don't have enough resources for indie devs right now. I really love game development in general is so collaborative and open-minded, and the whole console war, that's just a marketing strategy that some gamers buy into. But none of us working on an Xbox game actually are oh, PlayStation, they're the bad guys. We don't care about that. We want everyone to do well. And we're all excited about PlayStation. We're all gonna play PlayStation.
I want to play The
games
Last of Us.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
we're not. Yeah, so it's all fun and good, and yeah, we're all on the same team, more or less. I just want to say that.
Yeah, I think it definitely
that.
makes sense hearing about kind of the legal boundaries that there are, because it makes sense you have all these kind of layers of approval that you need to collaborate, whereas when it's a smaller studio, you can just lean to each other and be like, hey, let's go work with this guy, and then boom, there you go. And congrats on your new role, by the way. That's super, super exciting and an awesome accomplishment. Here's a question that I really like from Game Manuel that we have in the chat. And the question is, and I like to hear about this on 2 different sides, actually. The question is, how do you deal with discoverability in the indie scene? And they were wondering, where do you go to find out about the latest games coming out? But I think it'd also be cool to hear, especially with devs here, from your perspective, how do you go about getting your games discovered when there's so many indie games out there that, you're in this huge mix of games and you have to make yours stand out?
Oh man, problem. I don't know that we have, we at Wonderbelly have figured that out at all. I think it's a constantly moving target, and we try to share in, as many communities as we can to try and get the word out. But yeah, it's tough.
That's definitely a question that is much broader than we have time for to answer. You probably find 20 hours of GDC talks just on this topic, but just to boil it down, I think my personal philosophy is to bring a game to as many platforms as possible. Just to take Roundguard as an example, Xbox, Switch, PlayStation, Apple Arcade, Steam, absolutely everything possible, and that's really helpful. And another vector of that is localization, bringing it to as many languages as you can so that anyone in the world can play it. And then just getting the platforms behind you as much as possible. If you're an indie dev, pitch to Microsoft, pitch to Sony, pitch to Apple, pitch to Epic. because there's literally nothing better that you can possibly do for your game than to get one of these giant multi-billion-dollar companies behind you promoting your game. Like Roundguard and Apple Arcade is a perfect example.
I think the perfect phrase for that is shoot your shot. Like, you never know unless you try, right? So might as well. The worst they say is no.
Oh, of course.
That's generally the advice that people give me whenever I tell them about like my love life and my crushes. Yeah, dating is similar to development in that regard, I suppose. Yeah, shoot your shot. The worst they can say is no.
Yeah.
That is one of the hard things about being an indie dev, that like a lot of us didn't get into this because we're great marketers. And everybody, like, you have to learn at some point that you're going to have to spend a lot more of your time marketing your game than you might have expected, have wanted to do. Just, you know, if you want anybody to know about it at all.
Yeah. That actually reminds me, or brings up a question.
Oh, sorry.
Oh no, please, you.
Okay, I know you were gonna ask a question. I was just gonna say, I think with indie games, it's hard because you can make like the most polished, like unique, amazing game, and it can just fly under the radar, and then you can't really do anything about that.
It's definitely not enough to make a good game. That is half the battle.
Yeah.
And like some people will tell you that marketing should be literally half of the time spent on a game, which for an indie seems insane, but it's that important.
Yeah. I was going to ask, what was like the pinnacle game, and this could even go back to you being a child, that you decided to say, I want to make games, I want to be an indie game dev? Like, what was that moment for you that was that aha moment?
Question. That is such a good question.
And that can go to anyone.
I guess I'll go first. Weirdly enough, I did not realize that working in the video game industry could even be like a career until halfway through college. Even though I was getting a computer science degree, I thought games just magically appeared. I didn't actually think that, but like somehow I didn't realize like, oh, I could actually go work. Like my first job out of college was at Microsoft on the Xbox team. Like, but like it took me way too long, despite having been making indie games since like freshman year of high school. I just not realized that it was something that I could convert into making money. Which maybe doesn't answer your question. Maybe it's, I don't know, Braid is the game that did it, because it was one of the like you all have been saying this entire time how impressive it was for like 2 or 3 people to be making a game. Like, that Braid was made by 2 people. So like when I saw that initially, I'm like, holy shit, I can do that. That's amazing.
I think my answer is pretty similar to Ty's actually. Like I'd been making hobby games, all through high school, and then went to college for 3D animation, kind of hoping to work at like Pixar or DreamWorks or something like that, and they just happened to add some game dev curriculum to the program, which is pretty early. That was like 2004 maybe, and I just that sort of made it click for me, is like making games, like, oh right, this is like a thing like you can do for a career, and I just kind of pivoted like that in class. But I mean, a lot of as far as like formative games and stuff, for me it was more like communities. Like I came up, I would say I sort of developed early on as a game developer in the Flash game scene. So like sites like Congregate and Newgrounds, where you could just make a game by yourself in Flash and put it up and have like tens of thousands of people play it in like a couple days. Like, it's kind of unheard of when you think about it now. Like, that doesn't really exist anymore. But like, it was this amazing time where you could make like weird, wacky stuff, and then just have like tons of eyeballs on it, playing it and giving your thoughts. And like, that was really eye-opening and formative for me.
Yeah, I think I'm in a similar kind of place of I went to college and got a degree in linguistics. So I had no idea what I was doing with that. It was just fun. But then I got out, and I loved games my whole life, but like Ty had said, I just never even considered it as a thing that I was going to be able to do. And then I was tired of school and trying to figure out what I was doing, and started at a testing job at Nintendo, and it all snowballed from there. And I think, you know, like that was around the same time there was this the growing indie scene with games like Braid and, you know, all that stuff coming through. And I was working at Microsoft, and I started making little projects on Xbox Live indie games. And so like just getting those things out, you know, like Pat's saying with the Flash community and everything, like having a little project that I could see people playing and whatever. It was, I was in the AAA scene for almost 10 years, but it was something in the back that I was always like, okay, and then I'm gonna be ready to make my own little project.
That's so inspiring to hear about. Thank you so much for sharing. And a big thank you to all of these wonderful devs for sharing their time with us today, telling us about their games and their stories and their lives and their work. It's been super inspiring and motivating for me to hear about. But unfortunately, that's all we have for this Q&A. Now I know earlier I said we're going to jump to Guilt. I was so excited for the game that I got ahead of myself. Now we are going to roll the trailer for Guilt the Deathless. And when we come back, we're going to be on with some of the devs from that game, learning about it as well. So let's check out the trailer.
Thanks.
All right.
Bye. Thank you.
Hello, and welcome back, everyone.
There is an echo. Is that on my end?
Yeah, I'm hearing that too. It's very ominous.
Right,
Oh
echo,
wow!
echo,
Wow!
echo.
It's coming from.
Oh, there it goes. That was a good way to start off, I think, with such a an
Yeah.
ominous, kind of spooky sort of game. I think it fits the vibe.
Yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
that was in theme, wasn't it?
Yeah. So welcome back, everyone. I'm Zolaire, and we have Meg with us, hosting the Seattle Indies online virtual expo stream today. And joining us today, we have the devs of Guilt, the Deathless, Alex and Dimitri. I was looking at the gameplay and the trailer for this game, and I got immediate Diablo vibes from this. Can you tell us a little bit more about the games that inspired Guild and what it's about?
Yeah, for sure. So Diablo is definitely a pretty obvious influence, and Dark Souls, and I'll just go ahead and start the tutorial. I'll just make a quick character. And what other games, Alex?
Yeah, so Dimitri's the lead dev here. He's the guy. This is like his baby, and I'm kind of his backup. My background's writing and storytelling and stuff, so I'm just helping him out. Yeah, Diablo's a big one. Who's not inspired by Dark Souls when you're making like some kind of fantasy action game? So Dark Souls is in there. One of the key features of Guilt the Deathless, this is a pre-alpha build, so it's not ready yet, but one of the key features is more mingle player type things, sort of thing you might expect to see in like Death Stranding and games like that, even though it's a completely different type of game. So kind of shared world, shared fantasy kind of stuff. That's not evident from the moment-to-moment gameplay here, but it becomes a kind of system that builds up. So those are a few things that inspired it.
Yeah. Something
I'd love to hear more about. Go ahead.
Oh, no.
You're good.
No, Mike, go ahead.
I was just going to ask if we could get kind of like the lowdown on the game, just a general overview. What type of game is it? Obviously, fans of games like the ones you just mentioned would like it, but who would like this game? Who would enjoy it?
So it's actually a roguelike, technically. So this is a roguelike action RPG. It's also got the asynchronous multiplayer stuff going on. So anyone who's into roguelikes or into their kind of character action games and action games like this. And there's a lot of potential for character building and roleplay stuff. Like you've got your magic systems, combat systems, a lot of gear and loot-based stuff. So it's got the whole loot thing going on. And we're quite inspired by games like Hades and the works of like Supergiant Games, stuff where you do a lot of runs, like improve your character a lot. It doesn't have that many meta mechanics, so it's mostly everything's connected to just your moment-to-moment gameplay.
Yeah, I would say we're more a bit more inspired by classic roguelikes. We're trying to stay away from a lot of the meta progression that roguelikes today seem to be focused on. So, and what we mean by that is that every run will pretty much be self-contained, and you won't be saving too many things from run to run. And we have this meta map here. So we've seen this in a few other roguelikes, like FTL, Slay the Spire. I'm sure a lot of people have played. But the interesting feature that we're going with is that it's shared online, and so like an easy example would be that when I die in this game, it gets sent over to the server, and other people can interact and find my corpse. And that's just like a really obvious example, but we're working with making that feature as interesting as possible.
Yeah, something that I was learning about when I was doing my homework on this game is that speaking of like your body like as like a dead person appearing in the server for other players to interact with, they can also interact with you in the moments up until your death, including maybe even directly causing your death. Can you talk about that a little bit more? Because that sounded like a really interesting mechanic for like creating like empathy. Like the title of the game, Guilt, it sounds like actually plays a super big role in the like interpersonal interactions planned for the multiplayer aspect. So I really wanted to ask you guys about that more.
Yeah, so I guess, yeah, we only just got these online features implemented, and we're trying to like brainstorm ways in which players could influence the world and other players. It's a bit complicated to do that while also retaining like our rule of no meta progression for the characters, but some interesting ideas that like you'll be able to maybe put down some kind of totems, or if anyone is familiar with Demon Souls, they had an interesting system there where if you're man, I'm gonna die like trying to play a roguelike and being at the same time.
I can take over if you want.
No.
He was bragging before the stream like, oh, I'll have it done in like 15 minutes, like a run.
Oh wow.
Based on like, so we saw the map, and based on where people are dying a lot, or maybe places where it's like really easy for players, or they don't go there very often, like the world will change according to that. So a place where everyone is dying a lot could be much more difficult inherently because of the like it becomes more difficult. It becomes like cursed or something like that.
And the guilt system specifically, I'm glad you asked about that. It's like, yeah, the name of the game. That's like, it's still up in the air. We're still trying to work out the most compelling way for that to work. But the idea was to, as you said, like add some meaning to everything you do. So guilt will be like a stat, like how in any other game you might have strength and stamina and health. You'll also have guilt in this one. So like, for example, here's a perfect example, these kind of torture devices. So Dimitri has one in the bottom left, you can see his like guilt kind of meter. So it's like one quadrant of this circle. And if he tortures this person, he'll get this magic, I think it's a spell, right? Yeah, rune.
Yeah.
But it will give him one quadrant of guilt. So like fill up that guilt meter for torturing this person. And we're not sure 100% yet how it'll work with other players, but the plan is to make some interesting systems with like, you might come across another player's corpse, and by looting it, it might make you guilty. You might get a quadrant, or by maybe there's something you can do to, like the totems Dimitri mentioned, there'll be something you can do to reduce your guilt, like say a prayer or something. Yeah, so that's kind of gist of the concept.
What's the incentive for me to not have guilt as a player? Like what if I like just want to be like chaotic evil and just like kill everything and say, ha, I can't feel guilty.
Yeah.
Look at all the skills I have. I have no guilt. Like, how does that impact me in the game though?
Yeah, so one of the most obvious gameplay like repercussions of guilt is that if you manage to keep your whole guilt like node empty, so if you're free of guilt, then you're able to resurrect when you die, and that gives you a definite incentive to not be guilty, so you can more easily survive if you mess up. But a lot of so we saw the altar that I just got that spell from. You'll get a lot of good items if you do risk some guilt for them.
You know, I really love this concept because I feel like I'm somebody who tends to kind of be a jerk in a lot of video games, and many of them don't really punish you for it. So I think this is a really cool mechanic.
You?
Yeah, I'm a jerk.
Person. I'm shocked.
It's my way to see what it's like to be mean, I guess. I don't know. But we talked a little bit about, the intensity of the combat and the fact that, you have permadeath and things like that make it a very intense experience. But I'm very interested in this combat. It looks very fun, very challenging, and I would love to hear a little bit more about some of the ins and outs of combat and some of the gear you can get and things like that.
Yeah, so combat, it's a bit more like Dark Souls inspired. So there's stamina. We pick up loot. inspired by Diablo. So you'll see me sometimes picking stuff up, and I have here, random stats on all the items that I'm picking up. I have a stamina meter here, so I have to make sure when I'm running around and using my attacks to keep an eye on that. Actually, wow, I'm really low on health. I actually do not. I just have enough. So this is a guilt altar here it's a blood altar that I can offer health to cleanse myself of guilt. I'll take the chance just to show you how that works. I'm critically low on health, but
so now he's got very little health, but no guilt, so he gets one life, like one revive.
Yeah, so I do have. You can see that node is completely empty in the bottom. So if I do happen to die, then I'm not even going to take these guys on. Then I will be able to resurrect.
So yeah, I think so.
Sorry, just really quick, I want to point out that on the meta map here, so we have like the forest that we're going through, and there's some random random modifiers going on. So like this one is haunted, this one has frostwind, we saw that last time. This one has some storm clouds. So I'm actually going to go here now because it says I have an accessible corpse. So that means I left a corpse there the last time that I played. Now I can go find it again.
And in terms of combat, in terms of more the bare bones stuff, yeah, you've got like your dodge, light and strong attacks. There's like, I think, is it 3, maybe 4 weapon types now? Like scythe and axe and sword. And you also get magic, which is mapped to like you see in the bottom right of the screen, this modifier. So you hold like a trigger and then your face buttons become a spell. You have to collect them kind of like items or weapons. They take up an inventory slot.
How long has this game been in development?
I guess about 2.5 years now.
Wow. I think something that has been really interesting for me to learn about today is obviously this year has been very challenging in a number of ways, and I'm curious to hear about what it's been like navigating through game development amidst, the pandemic and everything.
Pandemic, I guess. I don't know if it's changed too drastically for me since I'm a solo indie dev, like at least as far as work goes. I work solo, I work at home. And that's what I was doing before the pandemic. So it hasn't changed too drastically for me personally.
That's good.
Just I guess social life wise. I don't see people anymore. So that sucks.
Right.
Wasn't we had someone helping us with like netcode stuff, and I think he also had other work going on. I think it kind of affected him. So there's a lot of exciting things we were excited about that kind of had to get pushed off because we lost a member of the team. It didn't lose him,
Yeah.
But he
so Corey is working with us on netcode stuff, and he was able to get all of this like the asynchronous multiplayer stuff working. And we actually should have that working this weekend. So anyone that wants to check out this demo and see what it's like to interact with other people's corpses and all that can hopefully join us this weekend if they're interested. But so here's just really quick, here's a corpse that I left last time. So I can defile this and get some of the loot that I had on me last time.
And also I can assure the viewers that it performs really well. I think it must be the OBS like streaming system or something's got it a bit slow right now. But I've played so many betas and it's really nice.
Yeah, no, I've heard that the pandemic streaming has been a real issue for a lot of people on Twitch. Everyone's streaming on Twitch nowadays, and that's affected the rate at which certain games are loading the way that they used to. But yeah, no, it looks really good. Gives me a lot of really like the aesthetic seems really like solid and like solidified and grounded.
Thanks.
And so you talked a little bit about, kind of how we interact with players online, but does this game have local co-op as well, or is that something you have planned for the future?
Local co-op is definitely a plan. It's not set up yet, but I don't see why it couldn't be, especially since we were planning on having it working with multiplayer, online multiplayer. And that is still a goal for us. It might have to wait until after early access. Which will happen sometime early next year. But yeah, the plan is still to get some kind of cooperative multiplayer into the game online.
That's awesome.
That was actually. Sorry.
You're good. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that the whole guilt system as well, like when we had initial conversations about it, we were most excited about multiplayer online because so much it would be about interacting with other players and how that would work. Even stuff like somebody like taking all the loot in a chest or, not sharing things, like that might impact your guilt. It needs a lot of discussion and care and tweaking. But that was just one of the things we were most excited about with the idea.
Yeah, I was just thinking about what it would be like to play this. Oh, sorry. I think we have a little bit of a delay. I think playing this with my brother would be a lot of fun, and it would almost have that, obviously it's nothing like Mario Party, but it would have that Mario Party element of I'm going to kill you over this game because you're fighting over stuff. And the way the guilt system plays into things is really, really cool. But Zolaire, go ahead. What did you want to say?
Oh, I was just going to point out we had a question from chat from Professor Sill who asks, was it difficult to get the visibility mechanics implemented? They seem visually different than most other games I've seen.
Yeah, so that was a fun challenge. We went through a few implementations for that. I could show you. I guess this isn't a good level for it because there's not too many walls here, but yeah, my good friend helped us with that, and it's a total custom system doing that. It's a bit early still, it's very flat looking, but I love that feature of older RPGs that have that kind of roguelike field of view, like Fog of War.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll show you it and we'll showcase it next time you're in an actual level.
So just some items here. This little shop. This is our Domovoy. It's like a Russian house gnome creature thing.
He's like a nightmare version of Dobby.
He's weirdly adorable. But since we're talking about him, something that I really loved when I saw the trailer is seeing just lots of very interesting, some very creepy, especially that big spider I saw in the trailer. Lots of really interesting creatures and lots of eerie kind of beings. So I'd be curious to hear a little bit about character design and how you brought all of these creepy crawlies to life in the game.
Yeah, I just love creatures. I love monsters. Our last game that I worked with Alex was a VR horror game inspired by Resident Evil and Silent Hill, and I just fell in love with making monsters. And I knew just taking that concept of monsters and putting it into an RPG, I could make potentially hundreds of them and just have a lot of fun with that. So yeah, that's one of my passions for this game is making all those weird Russian-inspired monsters. We've been doing a lot of research on Slavic mythology and folklore, stuff that I would hear when I was a little kid. That's one of the things that we focused on with this game.
That's a great segue into another question that I had, because I think the whole, dark, eerie kind of vibe that we have in this universe is really, really cool. And I know the game features a dark fantasy story that's inspired by Slavic folklore. So I'd love to hear a little bit more about, where we are, what are we fighting for? What's kind of the story here?
Sure.
Alex, I think, you can take that.
That's my realm. Yeah, sure. So it's a new fantasy universe, dark fantasy universe that we've developed. It's kind of a blend of real history, kind of the more twisted side of historical events in the kind of Russian kind of empire, along with Russian mythology. So kind of premise here, it's in the kingdom of currently called Lidgaria. And what's happened is people have been carrying on with their lives. The empire is prospering, it's blooming. And then in one moment, like the blink of an eye, suddenly it all turns to ruin. Literally people standing, working the fields, planting some cabbage. Blink of an eye, suddenly the cabbage is withered and rotten. And they look up, see that everything's ruined, everything's twisted, the skies are clouded, and there's these horrific creatures everywhere. So that's that's the kind of origin point, and you play someone who's just experienced that moment, like a normal person basically, who's just experienced the turn, as they call it, where suddenly in the blink of an eye the world turned to decay. And the character you play finds in their pocket, miraculously out of nowhere, this letter which says, you've seen the messed up stuff that's happened around you. If you get to the city of Morkov, we might be able to stop it. And it's signed by Kushay, who's, people who know Russian folklore might know that name. Kushay the Deathless was a famous immortal sorcerer. So the player goal is to travel the Trail of Bones, we call it, to get to this city and try and find Kushay and try and correct whatever's happened to the world.
I was wondering about the subtitle for the name of the game, The Deathless. That explains a lot.
Yeah. So it's we've worked on the story for a long time. That's, as Dimitri said, like the game's been dev for a couple of years, and the last year and a half has just been us working out the most interesting way to get into this world and what the most interesting ideas to explore are. So yeah, like we're pretty excited about it. And the Deathless thing is, along with this letter that your character finds when the turn happens, they also have a ring, a threadbare ring. It's like made out of thread. And the letter explains that this will kind of remove them from immortality. So there's a whole play with death and other players finding your corpses and interacting with them.
Because we can't hear like the audio on the stream, what's the kind of the inspiration for the music that is used in the game? Is that also from Russian folklore?
Not too much, and yeah, real bummer you guys can't hear the audio, because we put a lot of work into the audio. So I've been working with my brother, who's a musician. He worked on the soundtrack for Oregon Quarter, our last game, and now he's working on the full soundtrack for this game. And we have a ton of influences as far as music goes. I'd say like we're trying to do a more melodic thing, like Dark Souls has basically no music as far as the normal gameplay goes. There's boss music and such, but we have like specific stage music and a bit more old school inspired, like something closer to maybe Castlevania or and just more I'm not sure exactly, but music is very important for the project.
Yeah, the work that Roman, Dimitri's brother, did on Oregon Quarter was just awesome. I know I'm a massive fan of like 80s horror and stuff, and he just nailed it. Like it's straight out of Halloween or something. And the work he's doing on this project is equally super good. You heard it in the trailer. It's really cool stuff.
I think it's really cool to see all of the different kind of game design elements come together to just create this very haunting sort of vibe in the game. And I loved listening to you describe the story, like when you were talking about, the origin point of like the cabbage shriveling away. Like I had imagery that was just so vivid in my mind of that happening. And so I just think there's so many great things going on here that really just all come together to create something awesome. Another thing that I was really curious to ask about is the nonlinear world map. It really seems like this is a game where you can tailor the adventure to be your own. So I'd love to hear a little bit more about that and kind of how you can play this to in your own way.
Well, so I know there's a few. Interestingly, there's going to be several like biomes, if you like, or several maps in the game. So that world map you saw, the meta map, that was only for the first biome originally, the one that was like the forest, the swamp. And now he's on the second one, which is for the shipwreck graveyard. There'll be a couple more. Obviously, this is pre-alpha, what you're seeing. So there's a lot of cool ideas we've got for the meta map. Like as Dimitri said, stuff like the paths that players take having an impact. Like again, if you're a fan of Demon Souls, you'll know that like it had a world tendency. So the more people died or beat bosses, like it changed the whole world's stats and like loot drops and stuff. Not necessarily what we'll do, but it's one of the kind of inspirations. A cooler idea that we're both excited about that we're keen to implement would be something to do with a kind of sub map. So like imagine an underworld. So say like you'll be able to skip to near the end of the biome you're in, but only by going into a sub-map that's like an underground or a cavern system, and it'll be a much more dangerous, more hostile environment. So we've got a bunch of ideas to play with it. You know, it's pre-alpha, so there's no guarantees in any of it yet. But
Oh, just like a mere like universe or something like that. Love that.
Yeah, that's a really, really cool concept. I love that idea of like being able to get out, but it's going to be way harder for you. So I see we have a boss fight going on here, which is, again, great timing, because I wanted to ask about, you know, are there boss fights in this game? What kind of difficulty level are we looking at? Tell me about the bosses in the game.
Yeah, there's definitely, hopefully going to be a lot of bosses. I love making and playing bosses. This is one of the latest bosses that I really like. A bit inspired by a boss from Super Castlevania 4, which if anyone knows that game might know the one I'm talking about. But yeah, definitely a lot of bosses. As far as difficulty, I would say we're not trying to do like anything too crazy brutal. I probably easier than Dark Souls. It's a bit more of an arcadey kind of thing. But yeah,
I'm kind of the guinea pig. So I've difficulty wise, you know, I've beaten like a couple of Dark Souls games, beaten Sekiro and stuff. It's not like those. I think it was definitely more. It's more forgiving than that, but you'll still. First time you reach a boss, you'll definitely die once or twice. And because it's a roguelike, you know, you'll go back to the start, and now you've got your knowledge of like, right, so he'll do this move, and when he's going to do this, and you work your way back up to it. Yeah, never so far, you know, it's hard, but not overly hard.
I can't stop staring at his tongue. Sorry, Zolaire.
More tongue.
It looks so like creepy and squiggly. Good job making him look creepy.
Yeah, so if people want to play the demo for this game or learn more about the game, where can they do that?
So probably the best place would probably be the Steam store page. So they could wishlist the game there if they're interested in the early access. But otherwise, if they actually want to play some of the alpha builds, they can go to our Discord, which, Alex, if you could quickly, I don't know if they have a link to it.
Yeah, share the link with the Discord in the chat.
Yeah.
Yep, sure. I can post it straight into the Twitch if that works.
Looks like we have we're out of time for questions on Guild, unfortunately, but we do have a Q&A coming up after all these games are played today, and so we will definitely have some more questions for you about Guild at that time. Thanks so much for coming on and showing off this awesome game for us. Talk to y'all soon, very soon.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Cheers.
It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Meg, what's the game we're going to do next?
Next up, we're going to be checking out the Ambassador Fractured Timeline. So we're going to be right back in just a bit with some more guests. But before we do that, we're going to roll another trailer for you to check out. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Almost done, almost. Yes, yes! By way of the weave, we're in some sort of business. These are the answer to traps. These things, my death blocks, to be clear. Deadly, yes, and deadly as well. Innovative beyond innovative. Far more martial they are than something on the order of those arrow traps whipped elsewise by that Red Army science-tician Boyd. See that? Undermined the arrow traps by a simple fellowship ambassador in a silly robe what doubles in time. Or these bomb traps, what are just arrow traps with bombs jammed in, nothing on death blocks they haven't. I'd wager that, see, not even the stout to flange up a... Is that the same ambassador? Must be, with the wooj and waj and wumbo mumbo chrono crackle on him. No matter, bomb traps are nothing to death blocks, to have been sure. And neither this, what is this? That Boyd thinks he's so clever, him and his stupid doors. It's just a button what activates a door. How is that even a... Of course, you. Well, it's a button, not impressed. What then of perilous bridges or vaunted spires of light and ice? What of gargant rocks flung from the sky, or the mysterious crystals often therein? What of Hagen's super strong tables, huh? What one can have bumped into this one time tomorrow and will have knocked over what will have been a week's worth of important science tree I've been going to have done? What then of that? Can that frepping time-twirling ambassador avoid that with his rest-mass divergent local portration fiddle-faddle? Can he will have stopped a death block? What of several death blocks? Oh, this should have will be good. Will it have not? Just you try, you no-named acolyte of time science station, barebacking the weft with your singular locality dichronomagnorusal kinetic defibrillation. Let's just have seen you on the weave. Who are you? Who is this ambassador? Almost done, almost. Yes, yes! By way of the weave, we're in some sort of business. These are the answer to traps. These things, my death blocks, to be clear. Deadly, yes, and deadly as well. Innovative beyond innovative. Far more martial they are than something on the order of those arrow traps whipped elsewise by that Red Army science-tician Boyd. See that? Undermined the arrow traps by a simple fellowship ambassador in a silly robe what doubles in time. Or these bomb traps, what are just arrow traps with bombs jammed in, nothing on death blocks they haven't. I'd wager that, see, not even the stout to flange up a... Is that the same ambassador? Must be with the wooj and waj and wumbo mumbo chrono crackle on him. No matter, bomb traps are nothing to death blocks to have been sure. And neither this, what is this? That Boyd thinks he's so clever, him and his stupid doors. It's just a button what activates a door. How is that even a... Of course, you. Well, it's a button, not impressed. What then of perilous bridges or vaunted spires of light and ice? What of gargant rocks flung from the sky, or the mysterious crystals often therein? What of Hagen's super-strong tables, huh? What one can have bumped into this one time tomorrow and will have knocked over what will have been a week's worth of important science tree I've been going to have done? What then of that? Can that frepping time-twirling ambassador avoid that with his rest-mass divergent local portration fiddle-faddle? Can he will have stopped a death block? What of several death blocks? Oh, this should have been good. Will it have not? Just you try, you no-named acolyte of time science station, barebacking the weft with your singular locality dichronomagnorusal kinetic defibrillation. Let's just have seen you on the weave. Who are you? Who is this ambassador? Almost done, almost. Yes, yes! By way of the weave, we're in some sort of business. These are the answer to traps. These things, my death blocks, to be clear. Deadly, yes, and deadly as well. Innovative beyond innovative. Far more martial they are than something on the order of those arrow traps whipped elsewise by that Red Army science-tician Boyd. See that? Undermined the arrow traps by a simple fellowship ambassador in a silly robe what doubles in time. Or these bomb traps, what are just arrow traps with bombs jammed in, nothing on death blocks they haven't. I'd wager that, see, not even the stout to flange up a... Is that the same ambassador? Must be with the wooj and waj and wumbo mumbo chrono crackle on him. No matter, bomb traps are nothing to death blocks to have been sure. And neither this, what is this? That Boyd thinks he's so clever, him and his stupid doors. It's just a button what activates a door. How is that even a... Of course, you. Well, it's a button, not impressed. What then of perilous bridges or vaunted spires of light and ice? What of gargant rocks flung from the sky, or the mysterious crystals often therein? What of Hagen's super-strong tables, huh? What one can have bumped into this one time tomorrow and will have knocked over what will have been a week's worth of important science tree I've been going to have done? What then of that? Can that frepping time-twirling ambassador avoid that with his rest-mass divergent local portration fiddle-faddle? Can he will have stopped a death block? What of several death blocks? Oh, this should have been good. Will it have not? Just you try, you no-named acolyte of time science station, barebacking the weft with your singular locality dichronomagnorusal kinetic defibrillation. Let's just have seen you on the weave. Who are you? Who is this ambassador? Almost done, almost. Yes, yes! By way of the weave, we're in some sort of business. These are the answer to traps. These things, my death blocks, to be clear. Deadly, yes, and deadly as well. Innovative beyond innovative. Far more martial they are than something on the order of those arrow traps whipped elsewise by that Red Army science-tician Boyd. See that? Undermined the arrow traps by a simple fellowship ambassador in a silly robe what doubles in time. Or these bomb traps, what are just arrow traps with bombs jammed in? Nothing on death blocks, they haven't. I'd wager that. See? Not even the stout to flange up a... Is that the same ambassador? Must be with the wooj and waj and wumbo mumbo chrono crackle on him. No matter, bomb traps are nothing to death blocks, to have been sure. And neither this... What is this? That Boyd thinks he's so clever, him and his stupid doors. It's just a button what activates a door. How is that even a... Of course, you. Well, it's a button, not impressed. What then of perilous bridges or vaunted spires of light and ice? What of gargant rocks flung from the sky, or the mysterious crystals often therein? What of Hagen's super strong tables, huh? What one can have bumped into this one time tomorrow and will have knocked over what will have been a week's worth of important science tree I've been going to have done? What then of that? Can that frepping time-twirling ambassador avoid that with his rest-mass divergent local portration fiddle-faddle? Can he will have stopped a death block? What of several death blocks? Oh, this should have been good. Will it have not? Just you try, you no-named acolyte of time science station, barebacking the weft with your singular locality dichronomagnorusal kinetic defibrilation? Let's just have seen you on the weed. Who are you? Who is this ambassador? Almost done, almost. Yes, yes! By way of the weave, we're in some sort of business. These are the answer to traps. These things, my death blocks, to be clear. Deadly, yes, and deadly as well. Innovative beyond innovative. Far more martial they are than something on the order of those arrow traps whipped elsewise by that Red Army science-tician Boyd. See that? Undermined the arrow traps by a simple fellowship ambassador in a silly robe what doubles in time. Or these bomb traps, what are just arrow traps with bombs jammed in? Nothing on death blocks, they haven't. I'd wager that. See? Not even the stout to flange up a... Is that the same ambassador? Must be with the wooj and waj and wumbo mumbo chrono crackle on him. No matter, bomb traps are nothing to death blocks, to have been sure. And neither this... What is this? That Boyd thinks he's so clever, him and his stupid doors. It's just a button what activates a door. How is that even a... Of course, you. Well, it's a button, not impressed. What then of perilous bridges or vaunted spires of light and ice? What of gargant rocks flung from the sky, or the mysterious crystals often therein? What of Hagen's super strong tables, huh? What one can have bumped into this one time tomorrow and will have knocked over what will have been a week's worth of important science tree I've been going to have done? What then of that? Can that frepping time-twirling ambassador avoid that with his rest-mass divergent local portration fiddle-faddle? Can he will have stopped a death block? What of several death blocks? Oh, this should have been good. Will it have not? Just you try, you no-named acolyte of time science station, barebacking the weft with your singular locality dichronomagnorusal kinetic defibrilation? Let's just have seen you on the weed. Who are you? Who is this ambassador? Almost done, almost. Yes, yes! By way of the weave, we're in some sort of business. These are the answer to traps. These things, my death blocks, to be clear. Deadly, yes, and deadly as well. Innovative beyond innovative. Far more martial they are than something on the order of those arrow traps whipped elsewise by that Red Army science-tician Boyd. See that? Undermined the arrow traps by a simple fellowship ambassador in a silly robe what doubles in time. Or these bomb traps, what are just arrow traps with bombs jammed in? Nothing on death blocks, they haven't. I'd wager that. See? Not even the stout to flange up a... Is that the same ambassador? Must be with the wooj and waj and wumbo mumbo chrono crackle on him. No matter, bomb traps are nothing to death blocks, to have been sure. And neither this... What is this? That Boyd thinks he's so clever, him and his stupid doors. It's just a button what activates a door. How is that even a... Of course, you. Well, it's a button, not impressed. What then of perilous bridges or vaunted spires of light and ice? What of gargant rocks flung from the sky, or the mysterious crystals often therein? What of Hagen's super strong tables, huh? What one can have bumped into this one time tomorrow and will have knocked over what will have been a week's worth of important science tree I've been going to have done? What then of that? Can that frepping time-twirling ambassador avoid that with his rest-mass divergent local portration fiddle-faddle? Can he will have stopped a death block? one of several death blocks. Oh, this should have been good. Will it have not? Just you try, you no-named acolyte of time science station, barebacking the weft with your singular locality dichronomagnerucile kinetic defibrillation. Let's just have seen you. Are you, Weeb? Who are you? Who is this ambassador? Almost done, almost. Yes, yes! By way of the weave, we're in.
Oh, hello. I think we're on.
Yes, we are.
Hi.
Hello.
Wow. Here we are. Welcome back, everybody, to day 1 of 6 Online. I am your host, Meg Kaylee, and I am joined again by the wonderful Zolaire. And we have another new co-host here today who's wearing a lovely Aperture Science t-shirt. Alchemist, would you like to say hello and introduce yourself to the lovely people out there?
Hello, everyone. My name is AlchemistJoker. I am a streamer, and I also volunteer with SOBA. And I'm really excited to kind of be here because I've attended the Seattle Indies Expo the couple of times that I've went to PAX, so it's kind of nice being on the opposite side of that for once. So it's kind of exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. So now we're going to be checking out the Ambassador Fractured Timelines. I saw everybody in chat was just really enjoying that trailer, but we are joined by the wonderful TJ, who's going to be in voice with us, so you will hear them talking to us here in our call, and they're going to be telling us more about their game. So welcome, TJ. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Hi, thanks for having us. I'm TJ, and then Ryan's doing gameplay right now, but you can hear but can't talk at the moment. So I'll be in for him.
Big thank you and shout out to Ryan for providing this gameplay for us as well. Would you be able to just give us a quick overview of the game? Tell us about this game and what it is.
Yeah, so the Ambassador Fractured Timelines is a twin-stick shooter focused around the ability to pause time. Fantasy shooters, let's call it. There's not as much like running and gunning, more so like accurately throwing your weapons. As you can see, Ryan's throwing his sword around right now. So yeah, that's kind of it. It's just kind of all focused around that ability to pause time, which is incredibly powerful.
Yeah, I wish I could do that in real life.
Yeah.
I really, really love the art style for this game. That was one of the first things I noticed when I checked it out, and I would love to hear about the art direction that you took for this game and kind of how you brought your vision to life with that.
Thanks. Yeah, I did all the art in the game, and then Ryan did the programming. So kind of the art just kind of grew around the style we made for the main character first. That was just kind of the size we wanted, and then the look we wanted, and then kind of moved from there. And then from there, it kind of just took on inspirations from some of our other favorite games and some of our other favorite like color theory uses. Like Hyperlight Drifter was a big one where we kind of drew inspiration from without like trying to mimic or copy it in any way. And both of us are really big Zelda fans, so there's a lot of inspiration from the cartoony kind of vibe of like the old Zelda games, like Link to the Past and such.
One thing that I really liked about checking out this game as I was doing my homework for the Seattle Indies Online Expo today is that the trailer has a very captivating narrator, and several people in chat were asking about what is the role of the narrator in the game and who is voicing the charismatic narrator. Is the narrator the ambassador? Is the narrator the ambassador's boss?
So the narrator is actually like a professor in the game. There's a bunch of traps in the game in one of the later levels. And he's the kind of the persona behind these traps. They were designed to destroy the monsters in the game, but they end up just kind of killing anybody, including the player if you run into them. So he's just kind of interacting with and seeing and watching the ambassador kind of overcome these traps. Because there's a big implementation of not just like twin stick combat between like the enemies and shooting and everything, but also using time stuff to solve puzzles or to pass traps.
Yeah, can you tell us a little bit more too about? Oh, whoops, we're talking
go
to
ahead.
each other.
Go ahead, Zolaire. You got it.
I was just gonna ask. I wanted to know a little bit more about like the story and like narrative of this game, like between like the like professor and like what's going on with like the friendly fire traps and the time travel mechanic here?
Yeah, so the narrative of the game is, so a lot of the game was developed by looking at a lot of old like, Celtic mythology, so that's where a lot of the monsters and the enemies and even some of the figures in the game came from. But it's definitely like an alternate world that we kind of made up on our own. It's on the world of Thea, and you play as an ambassador, which is a member of this like mage organization that can all use the ability to manipulate time in different ways. And you're like the lowest rung of this. You just started on the first day of the gameplay, and you just learned your abilities. And your job as an ambassador is to kind of spread goodwill towards like the other kingdoms in the area and stuff. So kind of be a literal ambassador for this brotherhood. The Eternal Brotherhood is what it's called. I forgot to say that earlier. Fellowship, not brotherhood. Sorry, fellowship. I'm a little nervous. Sorry. So
you're doing great.
So on the first day of your training, the ambassador home city gets destroyed. So you kind of are thrust in this position where you're the only one left to be able to solve who did this. So right now, Ryan's running through one of the second zones called Mount Aran, which is Mount Death in Celtic. And he's just trying to kind of investigate the ambassador or the Eternal Fellowship's enemies to try to figure out who destroyed the city.
I love Celtic music and Celtic mythology, and I think the way that you've tied those elements into this game is really, really cool to see. And you've talked a lot about this ability that we have to manipulate time. I'm curious to hear a little bit more about how that unique ability ties into the gameplay and what kinds of things we can do with it in combat and otherwise.
So that was one of the hardest design choices or design processes was getting people to use that. And forcing them, and one of the best ways to do that was forcing them into positions where they had to. So like there's bridges that explode while you're crossing them so that you have to stop time to be able to cross them. And using those kind of low stress situations to kind of reinforce it to where you feel comfortable using it in combat. Like a lot of people who are really good at other twin sticks play our game and like, wow, you guys made this really hard. And it's like, it's really not that hard if you use the ability to pause time, because that's incredibly powerful. But people who've already played twin sticks kind of fall back on their skills, and they're like, wow, I'm not good enough, but I'm really good at this other game. But like, you also don't have the power to stop everybody around you while you're still moving in those games. So teaching the player to use it effectively was a big hurdle that took us a long time to get to. And I don't claim that we perfected it or anything, but I think we're a lot better than we were at first.
So one question I kind of had was, in designing the challenges for this game, did you design them with the idea of them being all slowed down up front and then just sped them up when you implemented them? Or were there certain things that you just kind of develop two different ways to kind of handle it, where you could handle a combat section with slowing the time down, or you could handle it with just twin sticks?
Designed it all around the ability to pause time. That was kind of like its unique selling point, was this incredibly powerful ability that kind of made everything easier. But like you could theoretically beat the majority of the game without pausing time if you were really, really good. But a lot of the things are balanced with that in mind, because like there's no, like a lot of games that have kind of bullet helly aspects will have some way to avoid the bullets, like Enter the Gungeon has a dodge roll where you can just kind of dodge under the bullets. Where this one you have to pause them and then walk around them, so you have to kind of use more strategy to it. I just saw a question pop up in chat that said, "Can you change the main character's style?" You can't change what his personal aesthetic, but you can change his armor and equipment. So there's a bunch of different types of armor that all have different effects, and they all change the way he looks. And then there's a bunch of different items that Ryan will unlock. Like right here, he's unlocking another set of armor. This one lets his weapons recall to him faster, so that he can shoot faster.
I like those robes. So on the note of weapons and armor, we've got 55 levels in this game, right? Mm-hmm. Multiple timelines, 5 unique environments. There's a lot here, and I would love to hear more about what it's like to explore in this game. What's there for us to see and find?
So it's all straight narrative progression. So you just like kind of move level to level. It's not like a roguelike or anything. You're moving through the narrative the whole way. And each level, or each zone, there's 2 different zones you can kind of go through, and then there's a 4th after that. But each zone has their own sort of progression. Like the first zone, you're kind of moving through this forest and kind of getting closer to the inside workings of this evil organization's fort, the Red Army. Right now, Ryan is climbing Mount Iran, and as you go up, like you start to see there's like steeper cliffs, there's more overhangs. Eventually, you'll start getting meteors dropping on you as you get closer to the peak. So like there's like this progression as you're moving through each level. Each level is kind of designed to be like these little short progression windows that you can kind of work through. The level design was very inspired by Super Meat Boy, which is very weird to say because it's a twin stick, but just the kind of the short bite-sized levels where like beating the level is kind of rewarding on its own and being able to progress that way.
So just there, I saw a section where he froze time and then hit the crystal to kind of send it in a direction, which kind of reminds me of the stasis power in Breath of the Wild.
Yeah,
Are there? I'm kind of wondering, with looking at that kind of thing, are there certain aspects that you had to kind of design staggering things on top of one another so you could use your time powers in addition to other things as well?
Yeah, we just try to find ways to kind of make the time-stopping power more relevant and more ingrained in the combat of all types. So like you'll see weapon or items that have that little like sheen on them, like these crystals. And then when you shoot them, then it gives you that little arrow that shows the projectile thrown it. And those crystals let you kill enemies that would normally be invulnerable, like the golem that he was fighting back there a little bit. Would normally be impossible to kill until you hit it with a crystal. So like you have to kind of work around the map and find these ways. So he's about to run into another one right here in a second, and he'll have to go back up and get that crystal to shoot it. But so we kind of designed. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, what was the achievement that Ryan just earned?
He earned it. So he killed an invulnerable enemy with the crystal shot. So he killed an invulnerable enemy while they were in their vulnerable state, or invulnerable state. Sorry. By using the crystal to do that. So normally you wouldn't be able to do that. Normally they take 3 shots to kill, but if you hit them with the crystal shot, they die instantly.
I'm genuinely just mesmerized by watching this. I'm sorry.
I know, right? It puts you in a trance. So I saw on your Steam page that you have difficulty settings in this game, which I think is honestly a really great choice because it makes the game more accessible for a wider audience. So can you tell me a little bit about how each setting differs from, easy to extremely hard? And then I know we have the horde mode as well that you unlock if you complete the campaign, which I saw was described as tough as nails.
Yeah.
So I'd love to hear about that.
Yeah, so there's 2 main difficulties when you start the game. There's like the standard, normal, like game mode, and then there's an assisted mode. We wanted to provide the ability for people who aren't necessarily as dexterous enough to play some twin sticks to still be able to play the game, but then to also still be challenged by it. So the assisted mode, the main way it differs is that, so normally in a level when you die, you reset at the start of the level. So like you don't reset the game. You just restart at the start of that level, and then you have to replay it. But on the assisted mode, every progression you made in that level stays there. So if you killed 10 enemies, all those enemies stay dead. So you can kind of work your way through the game while still being challenged, but also getting some help and not having to like kind of bash your head against the wall. It's also like a casual mode for people who just want to play through the story too. But a lot of that was just inspired by wanting to have a way for everyone to experience the game. And there's also like a couple features that we added. Like there's an auto aim function that just helps out a little bit to the people who don't have the twin stick skills that some other people do. And then there's finally, once you beat the game on either of the modes, you unlock what is called naked mode, which you kind of just run around in boxers and you only get 1 heart and you can only use the starting equipment. So that's like the challenge mode.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
Very reminiscent of Super Ghouls and Ghosts with that, like kind of stripping you down out of your armor to kind of start over, or to make the game more difficult.
It kind of spurred off of our first stream hack we went to, where we showed the game off. There were a couple streamers that played the game like 3 times, and the 3rd time they came back, they were like, "What's the hardest thing to do in the game? Like, what would you say is the most challenging thing?" And I was like, "Well, beat the game with the worst equipment. Go for it." And then they sat down and challenged themselves for like a half hour to beat the demo in just the starting equipment, and then we kind of turned that into its own game mode.
It's awesome. It's awesome
That's
to get
really
that
cool.
feedback from them.
Yeah. It was really cool
Yeah,
to see
I
people
think
at conferences. That's like one of the best things to do at conferences, just see people enjoying the game.
Yeah, it's such a shame that we can't do that at the moment.
Yeah.
I think it's really cool to hear about, the ways that the feedback that you heard impacted your development of the game. Do you have any other, suggestions that you've gotten from fans that have really struck a chord with you, or any other cool stories of fan interactions that have played the game?
We had this one streamer that kind of followed the game a lot, and we let him name one of the weapons, and then based on that name, we kind of developed like a top-down. We wanted to name a weapon the Cold Heart, and then we kind of developed this freezing weapon around that. So that was a cool little just interaction from someone who showed interest in the game when it was like way early. Like, that was almost 2 years ago now. It was just a cool way to give him a little shout out in the game. But then we developed around that. There's definitely been a lot of interaction and design, intentional design based on those early feedbacks, like kind of trimming things, or just finding where friction was, like seeing what wasn't intuitive. Because like playing the game as the designer, a lot of times you miss those interactions that aren't making the most sense because you know the intention, but like as a new player, you might not see that this was intended to be used here, or this was intended to be used how, and etc. But yeah, trying to make all the weapons in the game aren't like a straight increase in like damage or anything. Like they're not like, once you get a weapon, it's not like this is strictly better than the last one. It's more about finding your individual play style, because all the weapons do something different or something unique. There's a couple weapons that have some overlap, but for the most part, they're all kind of more reliant on play style or situational versus like just a strict upgrade. Like there's no like, this sword does 3 damage and that sword does 1. Like there's always a unique aspect to each weapon.
I think that's really great because it gives kind of each player the opportunity to experience the game in their own way and really tailor their play style.
Yeah, and we try to design the game to be a little bit non-linear. So once you beat the tutorial and you see the city blow up, you're given the choice to go through whichever of the 3 portals you want to go. So if one of the portals, like it speaks to replayability too. So if you go through a portal and you're like, oh, I really like that weapon, on your second playthrough, you can go straight to that level and get that white item, play through the level or play through the game the whole time with your favorite item already. So there's a lot of design choices in that, and where certain items get unlocked, so that you can kind of make those choices later if you want to replay it.
We have a really great question from chat here from Bands with Legends, and honestly, I might want to revisit this question later during our Q&A, because I think, especially with Fall Guys blowing up the way it has, due in large part to its success on Twitch. Bands with Legends wants to know, did streaming have a big role in marketing for you with this game?
Yeah, we sent out like codes to almost everybody. Like there's so many like smaller streamers that we just sent codes to, and we're like, would you like to play the game at all? Like, it's fine if you don't, whatever. And then we would just go in and hang out in their chats a lot. We try to do, every time we see someone streaming the game, we kind of hop in. It's not like the greatest of all like streaming games, because it's not multiplayer or anything. There's no like Among Us or Fall Guys aspect to it, where there's like, there's tons of overlap and like in-game like streaming stuff. But there was definitely a lot of ideas for, like with streaming in mind, and there's also a lot of design and intentionality behind speedrunners also. So if you see in the top right corner of the screen, there's a little hourglass that keeps going down. That shows you like how much time you have till you miss the time trial in the game in each level. So we actually had one of our playtesters was also a speedrunner by not necessarily like profession, but by trade. And a lot of it was designed with kind of that play style in mind.
That's really neat, and I'm sure speedrunners that want to speed through this game will really appreciate having, those tools on hand already and not having to kind of figure it out themselves.
Yeah, it's been super nice, especially and then being able to retry really fast, and then the deaths happen so quickly to where it's not as much of a punishment. You also don't lose any resources, so there's also a feeding mechanic in the game where you have to like collect meat, and then when you eat the meat, then you gain hearts back. So that's another another resource you won't lose when you die or retry a level. So you can kind of. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, you're good.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Zolaire, you got it.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, I wanted to ask. So, just to clarify, this game is currently out on Steam now. Are there any expansions or content updates planned for this in the near future? Kind of what's next, for this game, or if there's something next for this game, is there anything next for you and for the studio?
Oh yeah, the game's currently available on Steam, Switch, and Xbox One. And then there are no current. So we have an idea narrative, if we were to do so, to kind of make an Ambassador 2 or like a DLC down the road, or maybe probably like a free DLC if we end up doing it. But no immediate processes yet. There's a hanging thread in the narrative that we'd like to revisit someday. But currently we're actually working on another game that we haven't announced anywhere yet. But that's what we're working on.
Spill the beans here. This will be the sneak preview of this stream right now. Just kidding.
I think Ryan would be pretty mad at me.
Be like, hey, guess what I did today?
We're excited. We're excited to start talking about it soon, hopefully.
That's exciting. So earlier you talked a little bit about kind of the interactions you've had with fans, and I saw that this game has received a number of awards at different events, and I would love to hear a little bit about, on the emotional side, what it's like for you as a game developer to receive that kind of recognition, both in a professional sense, but also just seeing people come up and play your demo and enjoy it and really have a good time with it. What does that mean to you?
One of the coolest things from conferences is seeing other game developers or just industry professionals like things that you're doing, and especially when they're decisions you made intentionally with the hope that someone would like them. So it's very gratifying to get that kind of attention in the game, especially the awards. Those are always really cool to get. I don't know, we were gonna compete for the Gamers Voice Awards or Voice Award at South by Southwest right before everything shut down and started getting canceled. So we didn't end up getting to go to that, but it would have been really cool to kind of be in that direct competition with everybody else at the conference. That would have been cool, but oh well, it happens. Life goes on. But it's really cool to kind of get feedback from other developers and other fans too. It's always fun to see people enjoying the game. It's just awesome.
As a big fan of bullet hell style shooters, I'm looking at this game and I just see so many different things that I want to try and do, because it's genuinely one of those things that just watching the interactions between certain things in the environment and being able to use the environment to attack and as well as defend. There have been some moments where I've seen the player duck behind cover for certain things when there have been a lot of shots coming in. So I'm trying not to just shamelessly gush about this, but this seems that this is the type of game that I get really excited about.
Yeah, no, that's cool. Thanks. I'm glad you like it. It's definitely an intentional level design in a lot of ways. Finding the bullet hells, the key is to finding the safe space, and to showing the player where those safe spaces are. And we kind of get away with cheating a little bit because it lets the player make their own safe space by pausing time. And kind of building their own distance. Ryan's been fighting one of the bosses for the game. There are 5 different bosses that all kind of have their own stick to how you end up defeating them. But yeah, there's definitely some bullet hell aspects. Some of the bosses aren't as bullet hell-y. But yeah, there was definitely a lot of inspiration from that in kind of finding the pattern to their movements.
With you mentioning that there are 5 bosses, is there any kind of idea for maybe a boss rush mode? Because I feel like that would be something, since you were mentioning speedrunners, that would be something that would be kind of cool to see. Is just a straight boss rush, just burn through the bosses as quickly as you can.
Yeah, that could be pretty cool. We've seen so we have time trials set for the bosses that you have to beat, and the fastest I was ever able to beat the first boss was in 20 seconds. and then our speedrunner friend got his hands on the game and beat it in 7, which is quite outrageous.
Wow.
But yeah, that would be a cool addition. I never thought about that. We have at the end of the game we added a horde mode, just kind of to let the player experience the weapons they unlocked a little more, and some of the weapons you don't unlock, or haven't unlocked yet, or haven't played with. So it's kind of like the closest analog is like Call of Duty Zombies, where you kind of have to unlock areas and unlock more weapons based on your score. So that was just a little like kind of additional playthrough area that you can mess around with if you really like the game mechanics and the time stopping abilities outside of the narrative. And you can always replay every level and re-go through all the bosses. But yeah, just a dedicated boss rush mode would be pretty cool.
Cool. Well, thank you so much, TJ and Ryan, for coming on and showing us Ambassador Fractured Timelines. Where can we get the game and learn more about it?
You can get it on Steam, Switch, and Xbox. You can follow us on Twitter at Tiny Down Games. You can look at QAG's, the rest of their catalog, and you can find our game there. So.
Cool. Well, thank you so much. We will be back on later with you guys to ask some more questions of you and the other devs. We're going to go check out Garden Story now. I think. Yes, Garden Story? Yep.
Yes, you got it. You're right.
Okay.
Nice work.
Thanks.
We'll be right back, guys.
Yeah, be right back.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Hey everybody, welcome back to day 1 of 6 Online. We are here with our final game of the day. Zolaire is going to be checking out the demo for us. They haven't played yet, so they wanted to make sure that we let you know that. So this is going to be their first experience with it. And I'm here again with Alchemist to check out Garden Story. And we also have Jenny, who worked on developing this game as well. Thank you so much for joining us. It's lovely to have you.
Yeah, it's great to be here. Super excited to watch Zolaire play and to talk with you about Garden Story.
Yeah, so I first saw this game at PAX South 2020. I immediately came over to the booth because it just caught my eye right away. The aesthetics, just the cute soundtrack, all of these different elements of this game really, really caught my eye and just looked amazing. So I would love to just jump right in and start with just an overview of Garden Story. Tell us about this game and what it is.
Yeah, for sure. So this game is about a young, fresh grape named Concord, and they have gotten the role of guardian in their community. And so the Grove is a location made up of a variety of villages, all inhabited by fruits and vegetables and frogs and just like the cutest things that you could think of. And so everything seems really lovely, but at the same time, the community's been through quite a bit. And so what happens is Concord has to visit each of the villages to try and help them rebuild and reconnect with one another within their little communities, as well as with one another, like cross villages. And there is also a rot that has started to invade. So we're going to try to figure out what exactly is the source of this rot and what's going on here, because they're not doing really great things for the community as well.
So I love that the protagonist is a grape. I think that's so
Yes.
cute and unique. And I love that a lot of the villagers some of them are frogs, like you said, some of them are like vegetables. And I think it's just such a cool kind of mixture of creatures. I'm curious
Mhm.
what made you choose a grape for the protagonist? Why did you want to make a grape?
So just to make sure also, I'm the communications manager for Rose City Games, which is the publisher, and Picogram is the developer, and they're the ones that like all of this came out of their mind, thankfully. And so when talking about the inspiration for this game, Pico always sort of jokingly, but half not, talks about how much they just love food. And so why not make a game about what you love?
Relatable.
Exactly. So a lot of this comes from just like loving food and loving, just wanting to create something that you love. But I think also what's really interesting is this game, a lot of the times heroes are thought of as like the biggest, most bad, like cool things that you can think of or beings that you can think of. And I think it's really nice to have a game where this idea of a hero is turned on its head a little bit. And what you have is a protagonist that is like very small and soft, and grapes are very squishy. So, but this is a grape that's like taking on the mantle of trying to help the community, which is a heroic thing. So I think that's kind of a nice juxtaposition too.
Yeah, I love that. Anybody can be a hero, and you can see right
Yeah.
here, even if you're a grape. Oh man, I'm resisting the urge to be like, that's so grape. Like great, making a
Yeah,
stupid
oh my
grape
gosh,
pun.
all the fruit puns. It's been very hard for me
I
to resist.
Yeah, actually, like,
I was this
a
close.
professional interview. I shouldn't be making puns, but your brain's like, but puns.
Yep. Like a lot of like,
I was
"Oh,
very
this is
close
coming
to.
fruition."
I was really close to going like, this is such a great idea, and then I was like, nope, don't resist the urge.
You should
Yeah,
have
we
done
got-
it.
I know. I really very much appreciate all of the fruit and veggie puns that we've been getting. We've gotten a lot of fungi, like wordplay. So I have a very weak spot for puns, much to the dismay of many of my coworkers. So, but that's a mantle I'm willing to take for everyone.
That's good.
But
I'm
yeah,
glad we're
so
all at
what's-
least on the same page here with puns.
Absolutely. And so what's being shown in the demo right now is really cool because the demo is available on Steam for everyone to play, and it's a standalone. So our goal with it was to show folks like a lot of tastes of what's to come. The game has expanded so much since the demo, and so it's like really fun for me to go back and look and see where we started almost. But in this area, you've got peeks at the different biomes and the different environments that you'll be able to see. So like right now, Zolaire's in the sort of summer bar themed area, which we just revealed at the Indie World event through Nintendo, which was really cool. And you've got the Spring Hamlet and Autumn Town, which eventually will be going up on the elevator to see.
Yeah, the Grove seems like such a beautiful virtual world that looks like so much fun to explore. Like I imagine that I'm going to just want to spend a ton of time just walking around and interacting with villagers and just kind of seeing what the environment has to offer. Can you speak a little bit more about what we can expect from maneuvering around the environment? What kinds of surprises should we look out for?
Yeah, there's a lot. I think one thing that Pico does that I really appreciate is putting a lot of whimsy and detail in things that I think we often take for granted. For example, like walking over grass, you see like the little leaves sort of and blades of grass bending, the sparkles that you see happening with the different environmental things that you can interact with. There are also bits of lore that folks can find if they are interested in going off the beaten path. And the protagonist, Concord, they actually level up in a sense, or they gain experience through creating memories. And so the memories are earned partially by completing tasks and partially by doing things that you would normally in a game, like, you know, harvesting things for a certain amount of time. You eventually level up a little bit there. But I think it's really neat that some of your memories are acquired by exploration and trying to find those things that you wouldn't normally go looking for. And then to enhance or to go further in this demo, I don't know if Zolaire can hear me, but there's a lift with Fuji the apple and Rana the frog. And so I think they've talked to Elderberry already. So if you go up the elevator, they'll be able to progress and see more of Autumn Town.
I think it's so cute how Concord levels up when they get new memories. It's kind of like we do in real life.
Yeah, I think it's such a nice way.
And then we grow.
Yeah, exactly.
I also love the animations. Oh, sorry about that.
Oh yeah, the animations. I think that each one has such personality. I think it's so cool to see how Picogram captures personality, because also pixels, you know, they're like the base form of all digital, you know, everything we see digitally. And so it's really neat to see just how much can be conveyed through just like a couple of pixels or moving them just right or left. Yeah.
This area feels a lot spookier than where we just were.
So in the Autumn Town demo, as I mentioned before, it's a standalone. So the goal is to try and show you all of the different activities that you'll be able to do in Garden Story, and just give you a taste. And so in this demo, Concord is visiting Autumn Town with Rana the frog and Fuji the apple, and they have to investigate something that's going on in the sewers. But there are lots of side quests that you can go on, even just in this standalone demo, and you'll be able to help out a couple of other folks that live up here, as well as explore some of the literature that you can start to unlock, because a lot of Garden Story isn't just about like defeating the rot, but it's about bringing resources back to your community so that you can like rebuild. So we get a taste of that with the library that you'll be able to see in a little bit.
Yeah, I think the library looks super neat. And I love the idea of fostering a community with all of these other adorable inhabitants, because there can't be inhabitants in a game that are this cute that I don't get to do favors for and help out. That just isn't allowed. So I'd love to hear a little bit more about, you know, interacting with the other characters, how that kind of works, and what we can do for them.
Yeah, so what's really, really cool is there is a request board system. So anyone who's played a game like probably Stardew Valley or Harvest Moon may feel like they have seen this before, because it's inspired by those titles. Every morning you wake up and there is a request board that you can go to that has a variety of tasks that you can go through. And one of those tasks may be something like go and defeat a certain number of rot. Another may be, you know, collect certain resources and so on. And different inhabitants will be posting those requests. And so you'll get to essentially help them out by picking the requests and achieving them. What's really cool is that when you have achieved requests, certain villagers, as you get to know them, may offer up their services to help you. So you won't have to do all of this alone. The more you help others, the more they'll be able to help you, and it helps alleviate the tasks you have to do every day and opens you up to maybe have more time to explore or do other things in the game.
I love that they do stuff back for you, because I definitely cannot count on my fingers and toes the amount of games where you're constantly completing quests for like random civilians and you don't get anything for it. Sometimes they're even rude to you. So that's a really, really cool mechanic, and I like that a lot. Like, you actually get something. So I know before we started up here with the demo, we were all kind of bopping to that trailer. I saw everybody in chat was jamming. I was sitting here kind of like swaying back and forth. I love the music in this game so much. I would love to hear a little bit about the sound design.
Absolutely. Oh my gosh. Graham Nesbitt is our composer, and he's phenomenal. Like, we're lucky enough with Rose City, we're actually working with him on 2 projects right now. So we get a lot of Graham's music in our lives, and that is not a bad thing. And actually, we have a small series that we are kind of playing with and finding a lot of success with that we're excited about. And we're calling it Tiny Jams, where Graham will play music from the game and with live, like, real instruments versus like having it just be on the computer. And he mashes up and does a compilation playing the song. And so it's really, really cool. It's on our YouTube channel if anyone wants to check it out. It's just so relaxing. Like, I'll listen to it on loop and I'm not sick of it. So yeah, Graham does a great job of capturing that, like, sort of that nostalgia. Like, it's very nostalgic sounding. We get a lot of people comparing it to just a variety of older titles, which makes us very happy. But it also feels very like positive and whimsical and fresh at the same time, which I think is really cool.
So one thing that
I
I
know
kind
you
of
mentioned. Oh, go ahead.
One thing I was
you're good.
noticing
Go
that's really kind of cool is that each of the areas have like things that kind of illuminate around them. Was that kind of designed to kind of draw people's attention to those different areas, or was it just a figment of some other kind of design choices?
Yeah, so part of it is definitely to attract attention to specific areas, to help highlight, maybe NPCs in a place that we would want you to explore, or perhaps a pathway that you might be able to investigate a little bit further. But also, it's just really fun and whimsical to have lit lying around, like these little flower lotus lamps. What's really fun, and I've seen Zolaire already play with this, is they were playing by hitting them on and off, and so it's just kind of nice to have as another interactive element that makes the world feel a little bit more alive. Because again, these fruits and veggies, like, they need light, and so why not have light from flowers?
I'm really digging the art style of this, and I know that a lot of games will use light to kind of direct people towards certain paths, but you also mentioned adventuring off the beaten path. So part of it'll be kind of nice to see when people are actually actively playing this, that they'll go, well, I see that the game is telling me to go this direction, but this whole area is not illuminated. I wonder what's going on down there. And it kind of is an organic way to get people to explore the environment around them.
Yeah, exactly. I think one of the things that we talk about a lot in our like dev meetings, and when we're talking about sort of what we want people to get out of this game, is a word that comes up is like the feeling of home. Like, we want people to feel like this is the world they want to stay in. We want people to feel cozy in this world and like they're invested in the lives of all of these inhabitants. And so I think, again, Pico does a great job visually capturing that by having so many details and making every character so expressive. And of course, Graham's music just complements that perfectly with just how like fun it is and nostalgic.
Yeah,
I see that there are multiple.
I feel like the.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I always try to pause for a sec to be like, I want to let everybody else talk if they need to, but sometimes it's a little hard to time. I feel like cozy is such a great word for this kind of game, and I think in 2020, games like this, some that come to mind are like Spiritfarer and Animal Crossing. You have these very cozy, sweet, wholesome, relaxing games. It's exactly the kind of energy that we could all use in our lives at any time, let alone this year. And I feel like the nostalgia factor too. You kind of, you mentioned Harvest Moon, and this game also kind of makes me think of like Legend of Zelda and like Pokemon and a lot of these games that really just are kind of near and dear to a lot of our hearts. And I feel like one of the things that made Stardew as successful as it was kind of that nostalgia. So I'd love to hear more about the ways that nostalgia have kind of tied into this game, both with the sounds that you were talking about and some of the music, and also graphics and visuals and all of these different kind of elements.
Yeah, so one thing that's been really interesting is a lot of us have, in just like the discussions when developing the game, of course, we're going to draw from previous games that we have all played and we have all loved to try to inform a lot of what we do and talk about in terms of design. So I think in a lot of our meetings, like you mentioned Zelda, which is, I'm surprised I didn't talk about it sooner. That was a huge influence in terms of like the action for this game. When players go in, they'll find that there is combat that's very Zelda-like. And so if you enjoy that kind of combat, you'll be very happy. And there are also going to be some light puzzles that, again, have been informed by a lot of the previous games that we've loved and played that combine that sense of action with a little bit calmer moments, so you're not just constantly sort of hacking and slashing. One sort of joke, and this maybe isn't nostalgic per se, but Concord is able to do a dodge roll. And I laugh at Pico because we always kind of joke that it's like a little bit of that Dark Souls feel where you're going to be dodge rolling occasionally from some of the rat. So for those of you who want, I think it was in a different stream we were in, but we decided to tagline this the Dark Souls of cozy games. So if anyone wants that, that's the mood for this one. But yeah, I think, sorry, there was just a truck outside if you can hear it. I think a lot of the inspiration does come from games like Zelda, Harvest Moon, as we mentioned, Stardew Valley, and really just that a lot of like anime, I guess, in a sense, with the emotions that are conveyed and portrayed on Concord's face and any other of the fruits and vegetables. You'll see, especially when we get to the sewers, Rana has this one expression that's like very anime. And so I think that's what also contributes to a lot of just the personality within the game.
One thing I noticed when we were talking to Dilford, who I love the fact that the pickle is named Dilford, was there were multiple options for dialogue. Is there any kind of is there branching paths throughout this, or is there different kind of setups or things like that?
So while the story doesn't have, it is a linear game, so there isn't a branching path in terms of ending. I think what has been really interesting is that there are moments in the game where even though the story is pretty linear, you can kind of construct your own sort of mental narrative on how you're feeling as Concord or how you want to interact with certain folks as Concord. That's not a focus, but there are little moments that I think allow the player to kind of reflect and explore in that way, which is kind of nice. And I think these two are my favorite characters in the demo for sure.
Yeah, the dialogue was just making me chuckle.
Yeah, the girthy monolithic form, I think, is one of my favorite phrases. Oh my gosh. Yeah, and these two are definitely quarantine mood. They're hanging out, they can't get out.
Right.
So you get the opportunity to help them. And so we can see
one of the things that Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, what I love too about this game is the UI is just so fun. Like you have the backpack on the side, you can see the items you have equipped immediately. You've got the shield and the little pick, and you can also see there's like really fun variety of resources to collect and craft with and use.
Yeah, exciting to hear that crafting is a thing too, because I was going to ask, I saw in the trailer that you could fish, and you mentioned, curating a library and stuff as well. There's all these like fun little kind of hobby type things that you can do in this game. So I'd love to hear more about some of those activities.
Yeah, I think what's really nice is that, at least for my personal taste, is sometimes games that have like very intense building or crafting or harvesting can get a little bit intimidating. Or sometimes I just really want to like let my mind go and not have to think about it so hard. And so while there are resources and you will be able to build things and like drop resources to create libraries. It's not going to be super intense, which is kind of nice, but there is still lots to do in that respect. I think we talked about like Spiritfarer a little bit earlier and how it's almost got that crafting light and cooking light. It's sort of similar to that in the sense that these are systems that you may be familiar with from other games, but they are a little bit light versions so that you don't have to worry too much about them. You can just kind of enjoy the system itself and also focus on the story.
I think that is such an amazing way of doing things. That was one of the main reasons I loved Spiritfarer so much, is that if I had a long day and I didn't want to have to like think too hard about what I was doing, it was great because you could just go in and you could still cook and, discover all these different crops and things that you could plant, but you weren't like, I have to do this like specific pattern and I have to, it's just kind of more fun.
You don't have the
I think
wiki,
more approachable for a younger audience too. Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly. Yeah. And I think that's one of our goals too, is this is a game that we hope that like everyone, can enjoy at all ages. Not only adults like or people our age or, who are familiar with games, who enjoy these systems and like want to play a great story, but also younger folks who maybe, or even people who just want, like you said, a calmer night that isn't as intense. This hopefully is a game that everyone can access and feel comfortable in. Oh, nice. And so, yes, Zolaire just got the dowsing rod. So we have multiple tools. I think that's very much like a Zelda thing, I feel like, where you have a variety of tools that you can use a variety of ways. And so what's really cool is that, and I saw folks in chat talking about like fishing mini game. And so what's neat is you can use the dowsing rod to fish and to like collect resources from water. But you can also use these tools as weapons as well. And so you can use them in a lot of different ways. And one of the things is I encourage folks, like when they're playing the demo, to really experiment and try out different ways of playing too. It's pretty fun.
That's interesting, because that was something I was wondering when I saw the trailer. It looked like they were using the same like tool to fish and to attack. So I was like, I wonder if those are just like tools that look similar, or no, that's so cool that it's the same thing. That's versatile. I like that a lot.
Like the hammer, like the dowsing rod, since, you can, when you're dowsing for things in the water, of course, you're going to have like a longer extension. And so if you're in a situation where you need to smack a rod from farther away, it's perfect. There's like a hammer that you can find, which is great for, collecting pebbles and rocks, but it's also really good if you want a solid like whack during battle. So it's really nice to play with different tools and see your style as well as like what they can do specifically. Oh yes, and we're getting up to one of my favorite parts in, or one of my favorite expressions from the frog.
I saw a couple of times the dodge roll and just how fast that dodge roll is. Is that you were mentioning that's not something that you don't need to do per se, but is it something that as the game goes on and you get to some of the harder boss fights that it'll become a little bit more, it'll kind of necessitate that kind of speed and getting away?
I think we're
Is that
still
the
kind of
expression?
That face.
balancing. It is. It's so good. It's my favorite. I just love looking at that every time. I think there are certain boss battles where having that move definitely will make it easier to maybe defeat the boss in combat. I think one thing is we've talked a lot as a team about, because a lot of cozy games people play them, but they don't want to have combat. And so this is one of those interesting balance situations where we want people who don't want to do too much combat still have fun and still feel like they can beat the bosses. But we also want people to, if they are enjoying these combat situations, to still have a little bit of challenge and fun as they're like going through the boss battles. So it is possible to defeat bosses without using the dodge roll, but definitely easier if you can utilize that.
I think my niece would
I think
really,
it's
really
really
enjoy
cool.
this game.
Yay!
Yeah. And on the note of that, like the age, I don't know how old your niece is, but different ages and stuff being able to access this game. It's been really cool today to hear a lot about the different things that kind of you bared in mind during development, or the folks over at Pico did, to make this approachable for people of different ages and stuff like that, like even down to the combat. Because I feel like the combat's something where it could have the potential to drive a lot of people away if it was too challenging. So it's great to hear that you have things like the dodge roll to make it a little easier.
Yeah. And what's nice is I feel like this story is one that is really accessible as well, and I think would be really fun for people who are younger to play it, because they see it and they're like, oh, cute grapes, and they're trying to help save their community. Awesome. But I think as we get older, this is a story that we can kind of delve into a little bit more, which is really exciting. And so it's like, I guess it's kind of Pixar in that way, where it's like the older you get, the like different things you can pull from this game. And I think any medium in any game could be like that, but I appreciate that about Garden Story especially. And so this is an example of, we're getting to an area where, and this is again was more of a alpha build, so it's still not 100% finished. We're currently in beta, which is really exciting. And so there's definitely been some shifts in how things work, but this is one of the examples of a dungeon or a puzzle situation that when you get further in, you'll be able to see some of this like very Zelda-inspired block puzzles.
I really like that with the lighting. The pools of light are really, really cool, but I like that the environment's not too dark. I have such a bad sense of direction, and in a lot of games where like you're in an environment where there's a light around you and everything else is pitch black, it's like I feel like I never know where to go. So I think that also speaks to this game being so accessible, because you can still kind of see everything and have an idea of what's going on around you. But the little light pools are such a nice effect.
They are, and that was actually something we really played with for quite some time, I feel like, because for a long time, especially the sunset, because there is a day and night cycle, the sunset time and the nighttime ended up being really dark, and it was kind of hard to see Concord and everyone around as we were exploring. So we wanted to make sure that people definitely could see things in the night, because during the day, the rot that's out are pretty, they're out and about, but they're not super threatening. You could actually probably avoid them all if you wanted to. But at night, slightly more powerful rot will come out, slightly faster rot will come out. So it encourages folks to try and get things done during the daytime where it's a little bit more safe, or when it's a little bit more safe, but also I guess if you really like challenges, you can try and just stay up all night and combat the tough rot too.
Okay, so there's not any kind of, I guess what I was going to ask is, does Concord need to sleep? There's no punishment for like just staying up and never sleeping?
I don't believe there currently is. Okay. But it does get quite challenging to survive at night, at least the way the game is currently balanced. So it's very encouraging to go to sleep. It's really nice. Also, the animation for Concord going to sleep is super cute. They have a little pillow leaf, and they just kind of like tuck in, and it's just really cute. So
it's worth going to sleep just for the animation, it sounds like.
Exactly. Yeah, and this is one of the more, so this is an example of a puzzle area. And so also let me know if anyone wants any hints or anything. But what's really nice is that like you can always exit a room and re-enter to reset it. And it's fun to experiment and to push blocks around to just get those brains working.
Yeah, the puzzle seems super fun. Unfortunately, we are running out of time here, but the good news is Jenny's going to be back here with us in just a little bit for our final block of the day, which is going to be a Q&A block. But before we go, can you tell everybody where they can keep up with you and your games and projects, and where can we get the game, and what platforms is it for?
Absolutely. So the game is available to wishlist on Steam and Nintendo Switch. So if anyone's interested, we're announced for both of those platforms currently. And you can find us at Rose City Games for the publisher side of things. We have other games that we're working on as well. And if you're specifically excited about Garden Story, if you follow us at Garden Story Game on Twitter, that's where you'll get all of the latest juiciest, fruitiest gifts and updates on the game. Yeah.
I liked that pun. Very clever. Well, thank you so much, Jenny. We will see you in just a little bit for our Q&A block. We are going to head out so that we can go and get prep for our next block, but we'll be back in just a few minutes with all of the devs from the previous handful of games that we talked about here. So stick around if you want your chance to ask them some questions about their games. We'll be right back.
Thanks.
quickly for high-scoring.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. Super fun to be playing Garden Story there on that last part of the stream. We are here now for the live Q&A. Oh my goodness. Sorry if there's any feedback there. So we are now doing the live Q&A with the devs for the games that we just showed off during the last couple hours here. We have the devs from Guilt the Deathless, the Ambassador Fractured Timelines, and Garden Story here. So if you have any questions that you asked before but didn't get those answered during those particular segments, we can take those now. Or if you just have other questions, we can definitely talk about those. Let's get started with a couple of questions that we asked our live Q&A guest last time, which we thought were really good. What is the origin story of your particular game? Why this game and not other games? And that question goes to anyone who's dev can answer that.
I just noticed that your mic was muted in Discord, so I'll reiterate that to the devs while you get your mic set up over there. So the first question for all of you that are in here, and you can just go ahead, anybody in here can answer, is what is the origin story of your game? It was a question we asked earlier, and it was really cool to hear about. So just jump right in and tell us about your game and kind of the origin story of it being created.
I can go first when no one else is going. Okay. So for Garden Story, as I mentioned on the stream, Picogram really was just really interested in creating a game that was inspired by food initially and then explored the ideas of heroism and helping community. What was really fun, though, was so Rose City Games, which is based in Portland, Oregon, we participate a lot of times in the local indie game scene here, which is very much like Six, which is so cool. It's called Portland Indie Game Squad. And so we actually found and met Picogram through indie game jams and indie game events, very much like this. And we're able to connect with them and see the progress on Garden Story way back before it was a game, but more just like concepts and art. And so what was really cool is, with events like this allowed us to find Picogram and work with them. And that's how we started working with Garden Story and wanting to publish it and get it out to the world. So that's pretty cool. So yay, indie events.
I agree. Yay, indie events like Seattle Indies Expo. Ho ho.
Oh,
Subtle
yay.
plug. Oh my gosh. I would love to hear from Dimitri next.
Sure. Yeah. So I guess what would be the origin? I grew up as a kid playing Ultima Online, and that was one of my favorite games. It was before World of Warcraft. It was a very open world kind of MMO. And recently, I got addicted to games like Rust, which started going back to a sort of open world, like sandbox multiplayer type of thing. But I had issue with the idea that all those games currently are very focused on PvP and very, I guess, deathmatch oriented. And so back when I started playing those games, I had this idea that, like, what if, there was some repercussion for killing other players and doing negative things in the world. And I just thought, okay, so the whole game has to be focused on this idea of guilt. And that's where it started. And it's changed a little bit from there. It's not quite as MMO focused anymore, but that's still definitely very much something that I want to do in the future. And I think that we're going in an interesting direction with that, as like a dark fantasy game that seems really awful and it's called Guilt, but it's actually kind of a positive message. And yeah, I'd say that's what it was.
That's so cool. I love getting to hear these stories. This is one of the really cool things about getting to talk to y'all directly. TJ, last but certainly not least, I would love to hear about the origin story of your game as well.
So it kind of came about, me and Ryan were roommates in college, and then we liked playing games together, and we always like kind of critiqued them and like kind of came up with what we would do better. So we kind of started making games on our own. And then we were just making a bunch of random games that were smaller. And then this one got invited to go to a DreamHack conference in Austin at the time. So we went and showed it off there, and the people that played it liked it. So we kind of just ran with it from there, realized we could kind of do this because we were both just developing part-time. So it just kind of grew from there, from that original just idea of just a twin stick kind of time stopping mechanic, and everything kind of evolved from that, like realizing that like it's something that we could actually finish.
So one of the questions I kind of wanted to ask was, what were some of the difficulties you guys had with development? Was there anything in particular that you had to kind of overcome, and how did you overcome those challenges?
Should we stick to the same order, or?
Yeah, I was going to say, I could go first.
Yeah, sure. That keeps it easy. Go for it.
Okay.
So one of the difficulties is Picogram is a solo developer. And so what's been really interesting is getting on the same page with them and being able to be organized and work together so that not only help them stay on track, but also help us know exactly what's going on so we can best support them as developers. What's added a little bit of a wrench to it is working from home. So Picogram was able to join us in our office in Portland, but unfortunately now we're all working from home, which has added that extra level of wanting to make sure we're really being communicative, really making sure we're on the same page for things, and not just for work, but also just touching base with one another and making sure everyone's feeling good. Just as people. So I think that's been maybe one of the more challenging things is making sure that we're all kind of on the same page and communicating, and Picogram isn't feeling too overwhelmed as they're working on the game.
Okay, so let's see, challenges for Guild. Sorry, did you want to, I guess I'll just go straight into it. As far as challenges, I guess we started with a multiplayer idea, and that ended up being a little bit too much for, we started with just a team of 2 of us. And yeah, recently with Corona and everything, I'd say that we had to kind of scope things down to focus on the asynchronous idea that we're going with. And I think that actually in some ways we might end up with a more interesting product because of it, because I think we're doing something that other roguelikes haven't done too much of. I don't know too many roguelikes off the top of my head that have any kind of asynchronous multiplayer features. So yeah, very excited to explore that.
One of the biggest difficulties that we faced was that none of us came from a background, or the 2 of us that worked on the game didn't come from like a background of game development. It was just kind of something that we were doing on the side. So the game, we could probably, if we had the skills we had today, we could probably finish the game in about a year. But it took us about 3 years to build it, because most of that was kind of learning good design, like processes and styles, and like kind of reaching our own style. So it was a lot of learning while doing.
So another good question that we've got for all 3 of you, we can just keep using the same order to keep it nice and simple, is what's next for you after this game? Do you have any other things that you're currently working on? And for Jenny, you can just tell us what else, Rose City Games is working on.
Yeah, so what's really exciting is we're working on another game right now, actually called Floppy Nights. And so anyone who's interested in exploring that's already available to wishlist on Steam. And that's a really fun mashup of tactics game meets like card game with like light deck building elements. So if folks want to check that out, Marlo is our artist, and she's the artist from Dicey Dungeons, if anyone was a fan of that.
Oh, yeah.
So it's really, really cool. So that's kind of what we're working on concurrently right now with Garden Story and taking up a lot of our time. I'm really excited because I figure Pico probably will not want me saying anything committing him to another game, but I'm just excited to see what else they can come up with after Garden Story, because they're so wonderful that I'm just like really pumped for them. And if anyone wants to play stuff that Pico's already worked on, their other game that I would recommend is called Goodbye Doggy. It's a super short little indie that just gives you a taste of more of Pico's greatness. So
does a dog die in it? Does a dog die in it? That sounds like that could be sad.
It is bitter. So the dog's actually already a ghost, and it's about a family and the dog's ghost sort of saying goodbye to its family. It's very bittersweet and it is sad, but I think in a really like more tender way than just straight I'm gonna cry the whole time. So I highly recommend it because it shows just like the ability of Pico to like capture the emotions like that. But yeah, so Floppy Nights is in the future, and hopefully more things from Pico.
Cool, thank you for sharing.
For Outer Brain Studios, I think right now we're just focusing on getting Guilt into early access, and really excited to get people to start talking about the game and helping us with their requests. But hopefully once that's started, then we can start thinking about a sequel for our last game, Organ Quarter, which was a VR horror game. And we have a lot of people that would really love to see more of that. And we would really, really love to work on that. Just working in the VR space and VR horror is a ton of fun. So that's definitely something that's going to happen in the next year or so. And yeah, that's pretty much all our plans for now.
So for us, the Ambassador is already released, which is a really good, like, relieving thing to say. A lot of stress is off our backs after a while. We're currently fully in development for our second game, which won't be related to the Ambassador, but there'll be some similarities between the two. We're not ready to just talk about it just yet. Still kind of working out some of the finer details before we start showing it off to the public, but we're excited. Instead of talking about our own game, I'll just use just a second to kind of say, if any games you saw today you liked, please do wishlist that. It actually does go a long way towards helping everyone out.
It does, and retweets on Twitter, all that stuff, it really matters more than people realize. So show support however you can, give indies all your love.
Ninja Falcon in the chat had a really great question. What's everyone's favorite and least favorite game genres to work on? That might be kind of a big question because I'm sure there's a lot of genres that y'all haven't even touched yet. But yeah, like kind of like instinctually, like what are your least favorite and most favorite kinds of games to make in terms of genre?
Ooh, that is a tough question. So I'll be answering this more from my personal perspective, which is I do community marketing, social. So like a lot of the
high five.
Yay!
High five.
Yes. It's wonderful. I love what I do. So for me, just because of my personal bias and love for more cozy narrative-based games, like those are my favorite styles of game to market for, just because like I personally just love that kind of game. It's hard to pick genres, honestly, because I think for me, my enjoyment of a game kind of moves past the genre and more into like other aspects that I appreciate about it, which genre plays a part, of course. So I can't say like specifically like RPG or platforming, but more for me, it's just like that aesthetic of what does it try to portray. And I really like cozy, wholesome. But that being said, I've never gotten to work with like a horror game, and that sounds like a blast, to be honest. So I'm not sure what my least favorite would be. Yeah, that's
a cozy horror game. You can make like a cozy, cute horror game.
Oh my gosh, that would be
totally
wonderful. That's a dream.
I have to second that.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Let me hit up Pico. Next game. I've already found it for you.
Guilt. Garden Story.
So yeah, I don't think I could say a least favorite yet, just because yeah, I don't know if I have a least favorite. That's too tough.
Most favorite for me definitely would be horror. I think there's something really fun about that space, and yeah, the idea of I don't think horror and coziness are like opposed. I get a really cozy feeling from horror games because there's always those like moments of like safety that make you really appreciate being out of the danger, being out of all the scary stuff. So yeah, I think that horror games are kind of my cozy genre. But yeah, for least favorite genre, I'm not sure. Probably puzzle games. I think yeah, that's just not my thing. I don't think I could think of like really mechanically driven, just like thinking games or like racing games or something.
I love playing puzzle games, but I can't imagine myself being a game designer for a puzzle game just because like my brain cannot invent like really cool puzzles, but I love like trying to work on other people's puzzles. So like playing them, like it's kind of funny just how there can be differences between like what you enjoy as a player versus what you enjoy working on and making. And that can like change throughout like your whole life. Like I'm even finding that like stuff I did not like a few years ago, like is stuff that I'm actually open-minded to. Like your like, you know, tastes in like playing games and making games can kind of change throughout like your whole career, which makes being a game developer so exciting and cool, honestly.
Yeah.
As far as us, the genres we really like to work on are kind of like their favorite ones are just kind of doing new things. Like that's why me and Ryan like to do game jams a lot, because they get you thinking outside of your normal design space. And it's just such a cool thing to kind of commit to like a short term, like fully designed game. And we've done a couple sometimes where we're like, do we want to go do this game instead of the game we were already working on? Because this is really exciting because it's new, but trying to kind of stick down and finish the game that we were working on was a big hurdle for us because we liked working on those new spaces and those new genres. So I don't think I would really have a least favorite genre. My favorite would just be like the next one, like something new as just a designer.
I like that. Always looking for a new challenge. I think that's a really awesome way to get to work in game development. You're just always tackling something new. So another question we have here is one that I really, really love, and I'm excited to hear from y'all on this one. It's what has been the highlight of development? What are your favorite moments of making these games? And honestly, I kind of want to open it up a little bit. What are your favorite game development memories in general, even if they don't have to do necessarily with the games you showcase today?
Ooh. So one of the highlights, specifically for Garden Story for me, was at PAX South this past year. I think it was the first PAX that Garden Story was a part of, so that was already super exciting and just like we were just pumped to be there. But what was really, really special was it was one of the first times where for those who haven't played the demo or maybe haven't gotten to notice because it's so subtle, I think, but all of the characters use they, them pronouns. And there was one person who was playing and I noticed they started to tear up a little bit and I was a little bit concerned. So I walked over and they were saying how they had just started the demo and they like immediately picked up on that nuanced. And it was the first time that they had like experienced they, them pronouns being used without it having being a big deal in a game at all. And so that was like, that I think is seared into my memory of how like important representation is in just like all mediums, but also the fact that I got to like be a part of that one moment for that person. I think that's like one of the ultimate memories that I will hold from Garden Story. But yeah, honestly, anytime getting to watch people play the game is like just such an honor. It's really awesome. So thank you also, Zolaire, for playing today. That was really cool to watch.
Yeah, no, I really enjoyed it. That's such a good story. Thank you for sharing that. Just like being able to make a game that positively like affected somebody, even if they only played it for like a demo at a conference. Maybe they didn't end up getting the game or whatever, but like just being able to create those moments of positivity for people, especially like with all the toxicity that happens in the gaming industry, like with game communities. Like we have so many ongoing issues with that we're all trying to work on, so it's so cool to be able to like create those moments of positivity for players, and I hope that we collectively as the industry can pursue that more like rigorously than like we ever have before, because we need that more now than ever.
Absolutely. And I have to just to also shout out the PAX Together booth. The folks who were there and arranged that, they did such a wonderful job. And I really hope that in the future, whenever IRL events happen again, like the PAX Together folks can do that, because that was like such a huge part of us being able to be there. So shout out to anyone from PAX Together who's listening.
Anyone else from the devs here got some cool, insightful development stories you want to share with us?
Insightful development stories, or like the
or they could be funny and silly. Like they don't have to be like serious and insightful, but
your highlights.
Yeah, your highlights. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I think most of us would probably agree that like it's all about getting people to play the game and finally seeing people experience like what you've been putting so much work into. Like back before the apocalypse, having people come around and play the game in front of you, and just seeing their reaction live. I think that's a very moving moment, especially when you've been working on something for maybe years, like in your basement or garage, and then finally you see somebody like react to it in a way that you never thought would be possible. And yeah, just hearing all the thanks and all the enthusiasm for something that you've put work into is what makes it worth it.
I'm just gonna echo Dimitri there. Like one of the best things, and this is the highlight of my entire development career, is just like seeing people play the game. We were at PAX East right before everything shut down, and this little kid that's in our Discord server talks about the game all the time. He drove like 10 hours from New Jersey to Boston just to come play the demo at PAX, and it was just like, I can't even, like, I am still a fan of video games, and I can't imagine someone feeling about our game the way that I feel about other games, and it was just like kind of a really emotional moment.
This is making me emotional, man. This is so wholesome. And I think this is one of the things I love most about game development. I mean, I'm not a game developer, but from an outside perspective, looking in and getting to interview game devs, this is one of the most inspiring things to hear about. And it just is so special to know that you get to see that first reaction of people playing your game. And the fact that you had somebody drive that long just so their kid could play your game is so special and beautiful.
Yeah, he dragged his parents and his sister all the way to Boston.
That's really cute and wholesome. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for being part of the Seattle Indie Online Virtual Expo today. This was really fun, and I really had a lot of fun getting to know all of your games and all of you as lovely developers. We have a couple announcements for next week, because we're actually going to be doing this every Saturday for the rest of September and then some. So yeah, we're going to be doing some more games here in a little bit. Meg, do you want to talk about that?
Sure. Yeah, lots of exciting stuff. But before we do that, I also want to just thank the production team who's been working super hard behind the scenes today to make this happen. There's a lot of adjustments and things that have had to be made in the midst of the pandemic, and they've absolutely killed it today. So a big shout out and thank you to them and to SOBA. A big thank you to Six for having all of us on today. And a big thank you to you, I'm pointing at the audience, even though it's my webcam, for watching and hanging out. If you enjoyed today, make sure that you join the Seattle Indies Expo Discord server. It's a really cool server. There's so many fun channels in there. You should totally join in there to get involved with the community and hang out. And make sure you follow the Seattle Indies channel here on Twitch as well, so you can be notified every Saturday when we go live. And next Saturday, they're going to be back with day 2 of Seattle Indies Expo Online. And super excited to share that the wonderful Goobers515 is going to be on here hosting as one of the hosts alongside some TBD, that's to be determined in case you don't know, hosts from SOBA. So we don't know who exactly else will be here yet with them, but stay tuned because it's going to be a really exciting surprise. And Goobers brings a lot of fun energy to everything he does, so it's going to be great to have him. We're also going to wrap up today's stream with a raid, but before we do that, I think we should definitely hear from Zolaire and Alchemist, where we can go and follow you and stay in touch with you.
Oh yeah, I am on Twitter @TheBurls. I also do Twitch streaming, but I don't really need followers, so don't follow me on Twitch. Just follow me on Twitter for game dev and meme things. Yep. Alchemist, do you want to go for it?
Yep, I can be found on Twitter at the AlchemistJoker, and I'm also on Twitch with the same name, AlchemistJoker. I stream usually on weekends, so that's been where you can find me lately.
Oh, and I'm Meg Kaylee.
Yeah.
Oh,
I was
just ready to go.
Sure. Yeah.
No, you cannot know who I am. I'm Meg Kaylee. You can find me at twitch.tv/Meg Kaylee, and on other social media, Meg_Kaylee, because there's another Meg Kaylee that has it without the underscore. But yeah, I post, I don't know, usually dog photos, and I play video games and I rage at them, and it's a good time. So feel free to come hang out. And now as we wrap up here, a big thank you to my wonderful co-host today for just making this such a warm, cozy, welcoming place. It was great to co-host alongside y'all. And we are going to roll a video so that you can see a little preview of some of what we're going to have next week here at 6. But after we do that, we're going to go ahead and raid Don't Give No Fox. We're going to send some love over to a fellow Seattle broadcaster. So make sure that you type out 6 raid and come raid with us. Let's send some love over to another streamer. Thank you so much for watching, and we will see you guys next time. Bye.
Have a wonderful weekend, everyone. See you next week.
Combine
Next week
shooting
on
with
6
unique coloring
Online.
mechanics, and you get #FunTime by Quantum Astrophysicist Guild. Earn bonus points by coloring the playing field, explode enemies in your path, and upgrade your ship for lengthier runs and more mayhem. Fight to become president in the ludicrous alternate reality of Election Year Knockout by Exceptional Games, where elections are decided through boxing. Witty and playful cartoon caricatures line up against your new third party. Defeat them all and take over. The princess must travel through the wild countryside to establish her own castle after leaving home in Princess Castle Quest by Piggyback Studios, a unique puzzle adventure game with a complete level editor for creating your own puzzles. Revitalize puzzle platforming adventures in Zero Gravity. Humanity has abandoned Earth, leaving all of the animal kingdom to fend for themselves. Space Otter Charlie and his sea otter friends set out to design a shuttle and follow humans into space by Wayward Distractions. Sail Forth by David Evans and QAG is a procedural sailing adventure about classic naval action and exploring beautiful scenery. Embark on a journey through varied environments, grow your fleet, and do battle with pirates, sea monsters, and the sea itself. Start as a seed and grow into a beautiful plant, and lay down your roots by Potatoes Are Not Explosive. Collect water, raise up your stem, and collect energy to produce flowers and one day, a seed of your own.